ASEAN, a key partner of Korea. With its strategic location and a rapidly growing economy, ASEAN today has become one of the most sought-after partners in the world. Based on a strong foundation of friendly relations, ASEAN and Korea have developed close partnerships in the political, economic, socio-cultural sectors. Now the two regions are working together to build a community of peace and prosperity centered on its peoples. The ASEAN-Korea Center was established back in 2009 with a vision to build a lasting and genuine partnership between ASEAN and Korea. The center contributes to promoting shared prosperity between ASEAN and Korea by expanding trade and investment by facilitating cooperation in future industries. We aim to strengthen sustainable and future-oriented cooperation in culture and tourism and promote mutual understanding and respect by expanding two-way cultural exchanges between ASEAN and Korea. The center is also laying the foundations for the establishment of the future community of ASEAN and Korea by raising public awareness on the importance of ASEAN-Korea partnership and facilitating exchanges among the youth and professionals of the two regions. Based on trust and mutually beneficial partnership, ASEAN-Korea relations have made remarkable progress over the past 30 years. And by connecting the peoples and sharing prosperity, the ASEAN-Korea Center will make every effort to build a more peaceful and prosperous community of ASEAN and Korea.
If I may, I can encapsulate what the ASEAN-Korea Center is doing in one word. It's connecting. We connect people, we connect companies, and we connect countries between ASEAN and Korea in trade and investment, culture and tourism, and people-to-people exchanges. As ASEAN and Korea march together toward the future, the center will continue to strengthen our partnership in a more sustainable, future-oriented, and mutually beneficial way.
ASEAN, a key partner of Korea. With its strategic location and a rapidly growing economy, ASEAN today has become one of the most sought-after partners in the world. Based on a strong foundation of friendly relations, ASEAN and Korea have developed close partnerships in the political, economic, socio-cultural sectors. Now the two regions are working together to build a community of peace and prosperity centered on its peoples. The ASEAN-Korea Center was established back in 2009 with a vision to build a lasting and genuine partnership.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2021 ASEAN-Korea Tourism Capacity Building Workshop on the Future of Tourism, Challenges and Opportunities, co-hosted by the ASEAN-Korea Center, the Ministry of Tourism of the Kingdom of Cambodia, and the Ministry of Information, Culture and Tourism of Lao PDR. My name is Ko Do-yeon, and it is my greatest pleasure to carry on today's meaningful event. Let me express my sincere appreciation for all the online participants and everyone who are with us here today. We would like to begin the opening ceremony by inviting His Excellency Kim Hae-yong, Secretary General of the ASEAN-Korea Center, for the opening remarks.
안녕하십니까. Good morning, everyone. His Excellency Park Sok-hong, Secretary of State of Tourism of Cambodia, and His Excellency Untong Kaupan, Deputy Minister of Information, Culture and Tourism of Lao PDR, and distinguished speakers, participants from Cambodia, Laos, and Pacific Asia Travel Association and Korea, and online viewers and ladies and gentlemen. Let me first extend my warmest welcome to all of you joining us for 2021 ASEAN-Korea Tourism Capacity Building Workshop, the Future of Tourism and Challenges and Opportunities. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to express my gratitude to our co-organizers, Ministry of Tourism of Cambodia and Ministry of Information, Culture and Tourism of Lao PDR for your devotion and commitment. My appreciation also goes to all the speakers who are with us today to share their valuable insights to further develop the tourism industry of ASEAN and Korea. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to the Pacific Asia Travel Association for your unwavering support for today's event. No doubt that tourism industry is vital to the ASEAN region. Before the pandemic, 1/4 of Cambodia's total GDP and employment came from tourism sector. Similarly, in Laos, tourism sector accounted for around 10% of total GDP, as well as the total employment. Furthermore, about a quarter of new jobs in both Laos and Cambodia were created by travel and tourism from 2014 to 2019. So it is without question that significant part of the ASEAN economy is formed by tourism and travel. Furthermore, ASEAN's tourism industry was put to a stop by the COVID-19. ASEAN as a whole saw an 80% decrease in inbound arrivals from the world, while Korea was one of the top 5 countries that traveled to Laos and Cambodia. Korean inbound arrivals in Cambodia and Laos have also decreased by 80% since the pandemic. After 2 years of shutting down international travel, several countries are now carefully reopening their borders for international tourists. While easing of border restrictions is essential for the revival of ASEAN's tourism industry, it is also crucial that the industry should be prepared for the new normal. Thus, it is timely that ASEAN and Korea co-explored post-COVID-19 tourism trends, as well as challenges and opportunities brought by the pandemic. Against this backdrop, the ASEAN-Korea Center organized 2021 ASEAN-Korea Tourism Capacity Building Workshop. Today's workshop is composed of 2 sessions, where speakers will share new trends in tourism consumption and the latest technologies and human resource development manuals for tourism professionals. I hope today's workshop provides you with helpful information to reinvigorate tourism industry, specifically targeted for Cambodia and Laos PDR. In closing, I sincerely wish for a rapid recovery of the tourism industry in all ASEAN member states. Being said, I hope you will have a pleasant and meaningful time today, and most of all, stay safe and healthy. I thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Next, the congratulatory remarks will be addressed by His Excellency Pak Sokhom, Secretary of State of Tourism of the Kingdom of Cambodia. His Excellency is here with us online. Your Excellency, please begin when you're ready.
Good morning, everybody. Excellency Onthong Kalpai, Deputy Minister of Information, Culture and Tourism, Laos PDR. Excellency Kum Hae-yong, Secretary General of ASEAN-Korea Center. Excellency Three Chief Advisor and Director of International Cooperation and ASEAN Department. Local and international media and viewer from YouTube channel. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon from Phnom Penh. Today is morning. Good morning again. Firstly, may I express on behalf of His Excellency Dr. Thongkhon, Minister of Tourism, and my own behalf, my profound thanks and sincere appreciation to the ASEAN-Korea Center for giving me the opportunity to join ASEAN-Korea Tourism Capacity Building Workshop, Future of Tourism, Challenges and Opportunities. I am highly honored and greatly delighted to be virtually taking part in the opening ceremony of this important workshop with Your Excellency Deputy Minister of Information, Culture and Tourism, or Laos PDR, Your Excellency Secretary General of ASEAN-Korea Center, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in all broadcasting platforms. My high appreciation goes to the ASEAN-Korea Center for initiating this international event, which gathered the key of representatives of the Ministry of Tourism of the Kingdom of Cambodia, Ministry of Information, Culture and Tourism of Laos PDR, Korean Tourism Organization, PATA, University and institution of the Republic of Korea to share best practices, experiences, views and perspectives on future tourism amid the current outbreak of COVID-19. This forum is timely organized and shows the common concern over the livelihood, job and skill of millions of people impacted by the pandemic. It is timely organized because each country is striving to emerge from the crisis and wishes to enhance the operation to higher level in response to these unprecedented challenges. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to join the view in the previous message by our guests of honor and acknowledge the severity of COVID-19 impact on tourism sector. Before sharing Cambodia responses to the crisis, may I request my colleague in this session to reiterate the solidarity and friendship among Asian member states to combat against this COVID-19 pandemic, which is threatening the achievement of our common vision 2025, ASEAN as a single tourism destination. We have been very concerned to see the ASEAN region undergo a major decrease of 8.5% in international arrival and 7.75.8% in international tourism received in 2020, an unprecedented decline in its history. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in 2020, Cambodia underwent on a dramatic plummet of 8.2% in international arrival and continue to see a further drop of 91.3% in the first half of 2021. As compared to the same period of representative previous year, or respective previous year, a total loss of 330,000 tourism jobs and closures of more than 3,135 tourism businesses. The royal government of Cambodia, under the wise and brilliant leadership of Samdech Akek Mahasena Padedecho Hun Sen, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia, has adopted COVID-19 vaccination policy as key strategy for protecting the lives of Cambodian people and local residents by creating country-wide herd immunity, which is going to be a basic of reopening the country in the context of the new normal. Until now, the royal government of Cambodia has vaccinated to 14 million of Cambodians from the age of 5 years old, and local residents have achieved 88% of the total population. Given the excellent progress of the vaccination rollout, Cambodia is well on track to reach the determined threshold by the end of October 2021. More importantly, the government recently introduced COVID-19 booster dose vaccination policy for the same group of the people to ensure the reinforcement and effectiveness of the herd immunity. With these great effort and result, I have great honor and delight to inform Tourism Association, private sectors, international tourists, and travelers that starting from 15 November 2021, the royal government of Cambodia has permitted the international tourists and foreign travelers who have been fully vaccinated entering Cambodia without quarantine and must comply to the guidelines that have endorsed by the royal government of Cambodia, the Ministry of Health, and the Ministry of Tourism of the Kingdom of Cambodia. We are waiting to warmly welcome the international and foreign tourists to the Kingdom of Cambodia. In the preparation for this work, we have been undertaking a lot of precaution, actions, and measures. Firstly, we have developed and put in place safety and hygiene protocol as well as the standard operating procedure, SOP, for tourism business and facility. The protocol and SOP were designed to prevent and mitigate the COVID-19 transmission, hereby enhancing the stability of the business operation and safety for tourists and people. Secondly, the Ministry of Tourism has been conducting online upskilling and reskilling program for impacted tourism professionals. This will ensure their employability and readiness once the tourism industry restarts. Thirdly, attention has also been given to the development and improvement of new tourism products in Cambodia. A new trend toward ecotourism, community-based tourism, and adventure tourism has emerged, and these require management that address the ongoing COVID-19 situation in Cambodia. Fourthly, the Ministry of Tourism has obtained endorsement from the government of Cambodia for the following key strategic tourism documents. Firstly, roadmap and for tourism promotion and recovery plan during the post-COVID-19 2021-2025. Secondly, regional tourism development master plan 2021-2035. Currently, we are also in the process for finalizing the strategic plan to reopening this for safety and green tourism. This document will serve as essential guideline and direction for the recovery of Cambodian tourism sector. Based on this plan and given the current COVID situation, under the management, Cambodia will be able to further open the country to fully vaccinated international tourists on a phase-by-phase basis, starting from safe and low-risk destination. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to share my perspective on the future of Asian tourism. While we all acknowledge the huge negative impact of COVID-19 pandemic in our region, I believe ASEAN presents its own potential and tremendous opportunity for the tourism recovery. With more than 650 million people and average flight time of 1.5 hours between each member country, intra-Asian tourism and travel can benefit greatly from the sheer number and potential tourists and strong connectivity. In addition, the Asian Comprehensive Recovery Framework further strengthens the Asian Tourism Cooperation, leading to the ASEAN being fully capable of reopening intra-Asian and international tourists with harmonized protocols. Before ending my remark, I would also like to draw your attention to Asian Tourism Forum, ATF 2022, which will be held in Cambodia from 16 to 22nd January 2022, under the theme of Asian Community of Peace and Shared Future toward tourism recovery and reopening our region in more resilient, sustainable, and responsible future. This ATF is going to be one of a kind event for ASEAN, and all conduct and proceedings are going to be particularly different from the previous ATF. Taking into account the COVID-19 pandemic, according to the plan, ATF 2022 will provide a platform for the announcement of the reopening of Asian tourism. The COVID-19 pandemic, in my view, is by far and the most convincing proof that the world is more interconnected than ever before in the history of mankind. In this scene, cooperation of all levels, including national, regional, and international, has become one of the core aspects of our daily lives. Having said so, the Ministry of Tourism of Cambodia stands ready for and is open to every opportunity for more than bilateral and multilateral collaboration in tourism sector with all Asian member states, as well as other countries partners in the world. Finally, I am optimistic that the capacity building workshop will be successfully conducted and provide good results in more relevant insights for tourism. I wish Excellency, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, and be healthy, safe, and prosperous. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Last but not least, please welcome His Excellency Untuong Kaupan, Deputy Minister of Information, Culture and Tourism of Lao PDR, for his congratulatory remarks. His Excellency is also here with us on the screen, so please begin when you're ready. Your Excellency, we seem to have a minor technical issue. I kindly ask for your patience. Excuse me, we seem to be experiencing a minor technical issue with the internet connection. I kindly ask for your patience. Yes, Your Excellency, please begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Excellency Kim Hee-young, the Secretary General of ASEAN-Korea Center. Excellency Park Sokhum, Secretary of State of the Ministry of Tourism in Cambodia. Mr. Alec Makatuno, Head of the Culture and Tourism Unit, ASEAN-Korea Center. Distinguished speaker, guests, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, on behalf of Ministry of Information, Culture and Tourism of Lao PDR, we would like to express our sincere and appreciation to the ASEAN-Korea Center for hosting this significant tourism capacity building workshop, which the theme, Future of Tourism, Challenges and Opportunities. ASEAN-Korea Center is one of the cooperative partners supporting tourism capacity building workshop for ASEAN member states. We have highly evaluated the success of tourism capacity building workshop hosted by ASEAN-Korea Center, which is very useful for strengthening the human resource development in tourism sector. Past years, we have direct flight from Korea to Laos, particularly from Seoul and Busan, which very much facilitate Korean tourism to travel to Laos. From 2015 to 2019, the number of Korean tourism kept increasing and has become one of the major tourism markets in Laos. Laos would like to take this opportunity to thank the ASEAN-Korea Center for kind support regarding tourism activities in Laos and ASEAN the whole. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we all know that tourism industry play an important role to ASEAN economy generation due to good weather, rich of nature, cultural diversity, and the comprehensive cooperation and relation in the region that turn ASEAN to high development comparing to another region in the world. However, due to the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak, tourism industry around the world have severely been impacted. Lao PDR has developed the tourism recovery roadmap for the 21 to 2025, aiming and supporting the covering of the tourism sector in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak. By promoting domestic tourism, on the other hand, this roadmap will provide the guidance to receive international tourists. This workshop is one of important activities to upgrade the service quality in Laos as well as in ASEAN. We believe that the expertise of speakers and the attendance of all participants will make our workshop achieve the goal. Once again, on behalf of Ministry of Information, Culture and Tourism, we would like to express our thanks and appreciation to the Secretary General of ASEAN-Korea Center for the close supervising and attending the opening ceremony in this time. Thank for speaker and all participants for your time and attention. Lao stand ready to work and communicate with ASEAN-Korea Center to further strengthen human resource in tourism sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to kindly inform the online viewers that you may raise questions on the presentations through the YouTube live chat. The questions will be answered during the panel discussion after each session. Also, please be informed that there is a YouTube live chat comments event for our online viewers until the end of today's workshop. Please join us and get prizes. Before we move on to the first session, please enjoy the 2021 ASEAN Week videos and the ASEAN promotional videos. Thank you.
The perfect lover, the kind of love you only seen in a novel. I wasn't waiting for sunshine and unicorn.
Welcome to Rice Road.
Rice
Road?
All of a sudden you're the hero of my story. I celebrate the love and no less to me glory.
코로나로 잠시 멀어진 줄 알았던 아세안이 다시 우리 곁으로 돌아왔습니다. 정직하게 경작을 하고 성실한 노력의 대가로 얻게 되는 쌀은 아세안 문화의 뿌리를 이루고 있습니다. 우리와 뿌리를 함께하는 아세안 쌀의 문화. 쌀 한 톨이 들려주는 우리와 아세안의 이야기. 그 쌀의 축제 속으로 당신을 초대합니다. 컴백 아세안. 코로나로 잠시 멀어진 줄 알았던 아세안이 다시 우리 곁으로 돌아왔습니다. 정직하게 경작을 하고 성실한 노력의 대가로 얻게 되는 쌀은 아세안 문화의 뿌리를 이루고 있습니다. 우리와 뿌리를 함께하는 아세안 쌀의 문화. 쌀 한 톨이 들려주는 우리와 아세안의 이야기. 그 쌀의 축제 속으로 당신을 초대합니다. 라이스 로드로 당신을 초대합니다. 컴백 아세안. When the water's spilling over the bow.
Well, I hope everyone enjoyed the video. I hope everyone enjoyed the video. For the keynote session for today's workshop, we have Mr. Paul Brown-Kahn, the Director of Communications and External Affairs of PATA, the Pacific Asia Travel Association, who has joined us online.
All right, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for allowing me to join you today for this excellent workshop from the ASEAN-Korea Tourism Capacity Building Workshop. So first, let me introduce myself. My name is Paul Brown-Kahn. I'm the Director of Communications and External Affairs at the Pacific Asia Travel Association. And I'll be talking today about new trends in tourism, how travelers have changed their travel patterns after COVID-19. So I'm just going to go through about 5 trends this morning. It's not the top 5 trends, but it's 5 trends that we are seeing at the Pacific Asia Travel Association. But first, allow me just to talk about PATA. For those of you who may not know, PATA, we are a nonprofit membership-based association that acts as a catalyst for responsible development of travel to, from, and within the Asia-Pacific region. Our members, of course, come from both the public and private sectors, from governments down to airlines, airports, hoteliers, tour operators, SMEs, and consultants. So we have more than 800 member organizations as part of our association. And you can see just a quick snapshot of just our PATA community and, and the grouping of everything that we, that all our members come from. And so the reason why I bring this up is because some of the research that I'll be showing you today is actually from some of our members and from some of the activities that we've done earlier today. We've done many, many webinars over the past 12 months, I think more than 140 at this point. So some of the trends I will present to you is actually culminated from a lot of the research and of course a lot of the speakers in our PATA community that have been with us over the past year. So most importantly, the first trend and the most important trend that we know regarding traveler behavior is health and safety. That will be, of course, the #1 priority for any traveler moving forward. Now, excuse me, let me pull some notes. Now, this is based off a report that we did earlier this year. It's called The Impact of Health and Hygiene on Post-COVID-19 Destination Competitiveness in Asia. And this is a research report that was done by the Global Health Security Index, TCI Research, TripAdvisor, and the World Economic Forum. Just for your information, the GHS Index is a project of the Nuclear Threat Initiative and the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. And this report just recommends that destination managers and other tourism stakeholders across the region begin creating close partnerships with both public health officials, tourist supply chain business, and local communities to commence a coordinated renewal of travel confidence. Because as we know, as I said, health and safety is the #1 priority for travelers post-COVID. Now, even before the beginning of COVID, we saw that this was an impact. Health and safety was a concern for many travelers, right? So this is from a headline from a story that was in 2018, and this was in July. There was a boat in Phuket, and it crashed, and unfortunately, there were several Chinese tourists that were injured. Now, after this particular incident, Thailand recorded an immediate dip of 12% in August, and then in September, it went down to another 15% fewer Chinese tourists compared to the same month last year. Now this was, in October, it was actually hardest hit, right? And so you saw another 20% dip. This was after that incident. And so Thailand lost about $476 million over that 3-month period. So health and safety was always a concern, for the traveler. But even more so, the pandemic has highlighted the vulnerabilities of our industry. Now, from our report, we see that, excuse me, sorry, notes. How travelers are generally feeling about the pandemic, right? What can we learn from that? How are travelers' behaviors and expectations changing, and by what degree? What are travelers looking at when selecting the destination? And will a new normal consumer travel behavior emerge to perpetually, or be a tipping point, such as vaccine, which has already been rolled out? Many destinations here have been doing a fantastic job. So these were some of the concerns that we looked at when we're looking at this report, and when we published it. So looking at using data collected from a July 2020 TripAdvisor Consumer Sentiment Tracking Survey, we saw that about the pandemic in general, about 92.9% of consumers in Asia Pacific indicate that they're concerned about the impact of COVID-19 on their lives. Another 40.9% expressed extreme concern. Then furthermore, about 70%. Furthermore, 70% of consumers in Asia Pacific share that they
about the
expect
health,
impact
like
on their daily
cleaning,
trails
hygiene, this kind of
in the
item.
next 6 to 12 months, right? So in light of these expectations, consumers are conservative about the expectations about opening travel. And of course, you know, I mean, especially now we're seeing variants, we see a new variant with Omicron. So there is a bit of concern for travelers. But granted, you know, there is pent-up demand. So, you know, there's a balance of that. There's a pent-up demand, but there is concern from the travelers. And so the health and safety will be a big concern when they're choosing their travel. So as you can see, health and hygiene criteria dominate how travelers are evaluating their future travel and tourism experiences. You know, taking a look at the next criteria consumers are going to evaluate and book specific destinations, regardless of where they tend to travel. There's one explicit constantly shared. Consumers want to go wherever they feel safe. In fact, many of the key factors consumers indicated that they are taking into account when they're selecting destinations are indeed health related. Thus, when selecting destinations, safety as well as hygiene and cleanliness protocols are top priorities for travelers. This trend is also reflected in the decision-making process when choosing where to stay. So I'm not going to go through all the numbers, but you can see here, 70.5% of consumers are concerned how destinations are containing COVID outbreaks. 72% are watching destinations' culture of social responsibility, so self-quarantine, face masks, etc. 71.6% are paying attention to the presence of businesses that have measures in place to contain and prevent the spread of the virus. And 73% are looking for the opportunity to avoid crowded places, because we know, of course, you know, in crowded places, it's tough to social distance. So as you can see, health and hygiene criteria dominate how travelers are evaluating future travel and tourism experiences. You know, so going deeper into these line of question, 91% of consumers indicated that cleanliness is the main criteria, right? So consumers in Asia Pacific reported that compared to trips taken before COVID-19, clear health and safety precautions are more important now more than ever. And that's more than price at 36.8%, location, or other exclusive offers. So for any business, whether you're a destination or business, health and safety protocols are extremely important, not just to have, but also to communicate to travelers moving forward. So I mean, I'm not going to go through all this into depth, but you can see that what precautions are they looking at before they're booking, let's say, a hotel. So hand sanitizers, clean high traffic areas, face masks are required. So I mean, these are some of the things that business need to consider when they're looking to reopen and restart of travel. And you know, some of the businesses like TripAdvisor have put in something called, you know, travel safe tools, and this just indicates, you know, if the hotels have, you know, these certain criteria in their hotels, and they've seen that more people tend to book hotels that have these travel safe tools, travel safe precautions on their websites. You know, even Agoda has the same thing. They had Agoda Hygiene Plus, and according to their COO, they've seen an increase in bookings for properties that displayed the Hygiene Plus measures since their launch last August. Right. So again, the number one priority and the number one trend for travel, of course, post-COVID will be, of course, health and safety. Now, the next trend I'll move to is this idea of wellness. So tied in the fact of health and safety, wellness is extremely important for travelers going forward. Now, before COVID, you know, wellness tourism, just to give a definition, this is from the Global Wellness Institute, is travel associated with the pursuit of maintaining or enhancing one's own personal well-being. And of course, now with the pandemic, this is more important now more than ever. Now, before the pandemic, you know, the global wellness economy was about $4.5 trillion, right? And it encompasses a lot, right? You have wellness tourism, physical activity, healthy eating, traditional complementary medicine, mental wellness. So I mean, it was huge before the pandemic. You know, and you see, you know, from the wellness tourism, their expenditures were a lot higher than compared to all tourism. Now, as we know, people more than ever want wellness, right? Because it's driven by the need for emotional healing since the lockdowns and isolation, overworking since the onset of the global situation. We know a lot of people across the world, businesses have been short-staffed, so staff that are remaining have been asked to work harder. So this idea of wellness, they're searching for that wellness. They're searching for destination resorts that can provide positive spaces for this idea of trauma recovery through either wellness programs and companies that actually have these programs in place are well positioned for this long-term trend. So pretty much now, all travel is now essentially wellness travel. And it's extremely important to consider adding these offerings either to your destination or in your hotel or as part of your activities if you're a tour operator. Now, with this idea of wellness too, at PATA, we believe wellness goes just beyond one's personal own well-being. So when we talk about wellness at PATA, we say wellness not just for the well-being of oneself, but also for the community and for the environment as well. And you're seeing that. And so we've seen this trend called regenerative travel emerge over the past 2 years. So what is regenerative travel? Regenerative travel is socially and environmentally conscious travel, including local culture preservation, environmental conversation, and social sustainability in relation to travel and tourism. And we're seeing a pickup of this idea of regenerative travel. And so we recently launched a report just a few weeks ago with our partner, TCI Research, and they did a social listening about this idea of regenerative traveling across online, whether through its reports, Facebook posts, blog posts, any content that's online. And from what they've seen is that they've seen social conversations of regenerative travel have been on the rise since last year, right? So you can see the spike and most recently you see it climb up to 12,000 mentions across the board. And then what is the travel attitude? So the travel attitude, they were seeing is that people are thinking more about sustainability and environmental impact when planning their future holiday travels. And what's really interesting about this chart is that you see in India and China, we were up to 95 to 85%. And these are the two largest populations in the world. So it's really great to see that this attitude about thinking about sustainability and environmental impact is growing, especially in this region. And on average, you're seeing about 64% across the world. So what are they looking in terms of the interest levels for their next international trip in regard to regenerative travel? Well, you see a high list is highlighted here, exploring history and heritage, visiting famous iconic tourist attractions, nature activities, visiting cultural attractions, and experiencing local lifestyles, socializing with locals. So this is great to see that people are moving away towards your mass market sort of bucket list things and looking to actually give back to not just local communities but also protecting the environment. And it's great that we have this push in light of the next crisis that we probably will see on the horizon, which is climate change. Now, the next trend that we see, of course, is increasing technological innovation. Right. So with the pandemic, a lot of people have been, of course, working from home. And before the pandemic, we've seen a transition to Industry 4.0. But the pandemic has actually increased it and accelerated that transition to technological adaptation and adoption, right? For instance, a lot of us here are online with us virtually. So people in the past who have not been inclined to use technology have been forced to. So you have, let's say, older generation have been forced to go online to do their shopping, to do whether using Apple Pay or WeChat or Line here in Thailand. So this here is from a survey that was commissioned by Agoda, and what they did is Amadeus, and what they did is ask which technology would increase confidence in travel in the next 12 months. So a bit relating back to the first trends, right? So mobile applications that provide on-trip notifications and alerts. So of course, people want to be alerted if there is an outbreak within their region. People want to be notified if there's anything within that might affect their travels. self-service check-ins, right? The idea of contactless services. So whether it's self-check-in, whether it's contactless mobile, and we're seeing that on the rise. Hotels are now adapting it. Restaurants now are adapting contactless payments. I mean, even street food sellers here in Thailand, I can easily pay by just scanning their QR code. And oops, sorry, jumped ahead here a second. And then you can see, I'll move back to the last part too. Even airlines have been adapting mobile boarding, this idea of contactless services. Now I'm going to go back to this idea of automated and flexible cancellation policies, because of course we've seen that with the onset of the pandemic that a lot of people were stuck, people were booking, then borders closed, borders opened, it was sort of back and forth. So people now of course wanted automated flexible and cancellation policies, and having the mobile applications to provide alerts and notifications allow them to then be able to cancel or change their plans moving forward. So, the onset of the phone has been a huge technology innovation for the travel and tourism industry. And now that, with the pandemic and the acceleration of it, we've seen, more people adapt and adopt these services moving forward. But other innovations that we'll probably see forward that will probably change the travel industry is stuff that we're already seeing today, like the Virgin Hyperloop, right? Or even this is Virgin's space flights. And of course, we've seen Amazon even go into space with their Blue Origin. And that, of course, while it's all space travel, but that means, supersonic flight can still be a possibility going forward, right? We've had it before with the Concorde, but with these innovations, we'll probably see that happening more. We'll probably see faster flights because people want to be traveling, to a hub. They want to go direct. To sort of avoid some of the issues that you might have with the pandemic or any issues that come forward. So now I'm gonna go to my last trend here, and you've heard this term many times before, bleisure. And bleisure is the mix of business and leisure. And of course, this idea of a workation. So people go on vacation and still working. And as I said, a lot with the technological innovations and the pandemic, a lot of people have been working from home. Idea of virtual working. So for here, I'm going to go to examples of hotels and how they've sort of adapting to this sort of trend. So hotels, right? We've heard the acronym WFH, work from home, but hotels, for instance, have adapted that and said, okay, instead of work from home, it's work from hotels, because they've had to adapt from a shift from an international market to a domestic market. And then they've been able to then blend this idea of workation and bleisure. And so they've been adding many amenities to sort of encourage people to come into their hotels, get away from their families and any disturbances at home that might distract them from their work. And so they're offering, breakfast, super speed Wi-Fi, in-room minibar, self-service laundry, all-day snacks. Days where hotels provided Wi-Fi and you had to pay for it are probably long gone, right? Travelers these days will pick and choose a hotel that provides free Wi-Fi and strong Wi-Fi, right? Because now, you said, people are taking longer vacations. We're seeing that in places like the Maldives, who've been open since July. They're taking, instead of the 7 to 4 days, people are stacking trips to be longer, but then being able to work virtually. So without these amenities, it's going to be, your property or destination won't be able to attract that future traveler. This is a hotel that was built in Europe, and so they even designed their hotels to provide stuff like private work lofts, workation packages, and creating co-working spaces in their hotel, in their property. Right, and the workation packages, they even offer day rates, right? So you can spend a whole day, or even have, instead of having late checkouts, they'll have extended checkouts. And what's happening is that people are looking to then say, okay, we're seeing a rise in remote workers. So how do I track them? How do I track the digital nomads? We're seeing more and more digital nomads as the pandemic has gone on. And in the past, it's always been about influencers, but we're seeing regular people working in the working class move to remote working. Even destinations are looking to see how they can attract that digital nomad, offering long-term visas, right? So it's important to consider that as a market segment as you're looking post-pandemic. So as I wrap up my presentation here, I just want to give you some key takeaways from the 5 trends that I presented here today. And they're not the 5 sort of top trends, but the 5 trends that we're seeing here at Pod. And remember, health and safety will always be more than ever the #1 priority for any traveler going forward. So it's important that a duty of care philosophy is adopted to ensure sustained recovery. And I mentioned it before, but flexibility is going to be extremely important, right? With the onset of technology innovations, more people on mobile more than ever, you're going to have to be able to adapt and evolve to changing circumstances. With new variants that might come up, with any disasters not be coming up, we're seeing climate change as an issue going forward. And with these trends, you have to start thinking about being creative, right? And think outside the budget, right? A lot of people have been affected, of course, economically by the pandemic. So, thinking outside the box doesn't mean you have to spend tons of money. When you're talking about wellness tourism or regenerative travel, right? But you have to think outside. How can I provide that safe space for that traveler? How can I also provide not just a safe space for the travel, but also give back to the local community and ensure the local community is getting benefits from travel? And how can I also protect the environment? Because it's extremely important, as you said, the next great pandemic is just around the corner. We're seeing protests in Europe regarding climate change. It's led by Greta Thunberg. COP26, which just happened a few weeks ago. And you're seeing a change in weather patterns across the world. So these trends is extremely important when you're considering, okay, what should I focus on as I look post COVID-19 and as I build for a long-term, sustained and responsible travel recovery. And as I close out my presentation, I want to leave you this last quote. This is from Albert Einstein. And in the midst of every crisis lies great opportunity. And there's great opportunity now. I know it's been difficult for a lot of people over the past 2 years, about 18 months. But there is some great signs. We're seeing people come together and work together. This event, for instance, we're bringing all these speakers together as one with one great aim to help in the recovery of travel and tourism. We're seeing people understand that travel and tourism is extremely important. One of our speakers this morning had said how more than ever, you can see the connectedness of the community and of travel and tourism within the fabric of life, right? So there's opportunities, and these trends are just some of the opportunities that we can, as an industry, really latch onto and create a better, stronger, and more resilient travel and tourism industry going forward. So thank you so much for your time this morning. If you have any questions, feel free to email me. My email is paul@pada.org. And if you want to reach out Pada, feel free to visit our website, www.pada.org. Again, thank you so much for allowing me to speak this morning, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brancon. Now, let us begin the first session for Lao PDR on the future of tourism, changes in tourism consumption trend after COVID-19. I would like to invite Mr. Lee Sang-jin, Director of Solution Business at Yanulja, to share his presentation. Yanulja is a global platform that offers services related to accommodations, leisure, and transportation. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So it's great honor to be here, and thanks for inviting me as a speaker for this great workshop. And before starting today's session, please understand that my presentation will be held in Korean language, and I hope you enjoy the session with the excellent English translation. 안녕하세요. 저는 야놀자에서 솔루션 비즈니스
Good morning. I am Lee Sang-jin. I am in charge of the solutions business at Yanulja. Now, before I begin the presentation, allow me to briefly introduce the company, Yanulja. Now, it is the largest local OTA. So, for example, that you see in other countries, and also it is the cloud-based hospitality solution company that has the largest clientele in the world. So what we have experienced the most in terms of the customers, so for example, the local and the global customers. So based on our experience, I would like to share with you the changes that we see in the tourism industry after COVID-19. Now, largely, I would like to mention the following 3 points. First is the impact of COVID on the tourism industry in general, and then the outlook. And second is about the customers who are the consumers of tourism products and how their behavior has changed in the new normal. And the third is, I believe, the important trend in the tourism industry, and that is the ESG trend. Now, first, as we all know, the COVID-19 has had a big impact on the tourism industry. As you can see on the left-hand side in this graph, now you see that the overall tourists, now it has gone back to the 1990s level, and also in terms of the spending, then it has gone back to the early 2000s level. In other words, the tourism industry has gone back to about 20, 30 years. Now, also, as you can see on the left-hand side, like for example, of course, there have been the global financial crisis as well as the SARS, but then they have never had such a prolonged effect and such a large impact. And perhaps because of this, now the industry is also talking about the overall crisis to the global tourism industry. Some are even talking about the end of the tourism industry as we know it. But then, personally, I do not see this as such a serious impact because basically people would still have the desire. I believe that it is part of the human instinct to see something new and to refresh ourselves. So I do believe that there is going to be recovery and continuous growth in the tourism industry. But again, when we listen to the tourism experts, then it is expected to take some time. So for example, the UNWTO, now they say that most expect the industry to recover to 2019 levels in 2023 or in 2024 or later. And as you can see, that depends on the country-specific COVID-related health protocol as well as the vaccination rate. And it is because of the differences by country that would also deter the overall recovery in the global industry. Now then, given this, then does the tourism industry just have to sit on our hands and wait for all of this to be over until next year? That is not the case, because I believe that, again, traveling is part of the human instinct, because people will then try to fulfill such instinct in whatever means. So in the case of Korea, a lot of people have opted for domestic traveling. So we are seeing that people are fulfilling such need through domestic travel. So as you can see on the left-hand side, now this is on 27,000 Koreans survey. And then now it is asking about, have you traveled for more than one night in the last summer? And also, where do you want to go these days? And then you can see that for overseas, it has gone to 1% in 2020, and since then has not been able to recover for overseas travel. But then now you see that for the domestic travel, now in 2021, it has rebounded. And you can see that compared to 2020, domestic travel has gone much more than that. Then also on the right-hand side, we see something similar. So now the question is, the desire to travel to this area in Korea has grown bigger than before. And you see that Jeju, Gangwon, Busan. So these are the foremost Korean tourist destinations. And you can see that they have gone, so they have recovered the pre-COVID level, and actually they have achieved the historic high. So you see that they are now quite higher than before. So this means that the instinct to travel that has been deterred by COVID-19 is now being fulfilled by domestic travel. And we do believe that this trend will continue into next year or the year after that until COVID-19 goes away. But now you see that the changes in travel does not mean that only the destinations have changed. Their preferences have also changed, and also their behavior have changed. For example, the way they consume the tourist products. So we are not sure whether this will continue after COVID-19, but then there are some distinctive patterns that we can see in Korea. Perhaps it could also have some implications for Laos traveling, so I would like to share some of them. Now first, because as I mentioned earlier, Yanoza is a local OTA, so we also observe the local travelers' behavior, and we have also conducted interviews on 1,000 local travelers, and then we were able to identify the 5 keywords for the travel trends in the COVID-19 era, and that is super. So supreme, untagged meaning contactless, and then P is private, E is for experience, R is for rebound. Now regarding each, I would like to give you more details in the following slides. Now first about S or supreme. So this means that perhaps you would travel fewer times, but would go for better hotels, better places. So as you can see on the left-hand side, so compared to before COVID-19, we see that the number of travels that people take has gone down. But then, despite that, as you can see on the right-hand side, so in 2020, so compared to 2019, when you see the transactions taking place in Yanoja, then the premium hotels, so for example, 4-star or higher hotels, so we can see that the transaction volume or the transaction value for such premium hotels has gone up. And also out of the total hotels and also out of the total accommodations, we can see that the small size resorts, meaning that they are much pricier pensions, and you can see that the preference for them have also gone up. And you see this quote from a tourist, and he says that because traveling is not as easy as before, so perhaps I would go less, but to a better place. And then second is untagged, or the rise of contactless services. Again, because of the COVID-19, there has been discomfort with contact service and also higher anxiety regarding offline purchases. So we see that there is higher preference for online services. So again, as you can see on the left-hand side, now before COVID, now about 47% of the people would make online purchases for the accommodation or travel products, but then now it has gone up to 79.4%. Then also for the leisure and activity tickets, you can see that after COVID, the online share has gone up considerably. And then next is P, private, meaning that you want to avoid contact with others. So you want to have personalized private travel where you can minimize contacts with others. So again, as you can see on the left-hand side, so you can see that for the hotel and pension where there is less public space, you see that the preferences has become much higher. Then also on the right-hand side, you can see that although people are traveling less, now some people are using our platforms more often than before. So we asked them about why you're using our platform more than before, and about 60% of the respondents said that to find a safe and private accommodation for my travel. So you see that for such private amenities or private accommodation, I believe that they will continue to grow in popularity. And fourth is experience. So rather than the typical tour or outdoors activities, what they are looking for more is for rest and relaxation. So there is a growing preference for rest and relaxation. And again, as you can see on the left-hand side, now basically the most preferred method of traveling is for rest and relaxation. So rather than, for example, historic sites or outdoors activities, what they prefer now most is to go to places where they can take a break, take a rest, and relax. And then our last one is rebound. So because people are not able to travel as much as they used to in COVID-19, now, of course, many are saying that they will resume traveling after COVID-19, but some are saying that even if COVID-19 is still around, I am going to travel more, I am going to spend more. So that's actually close to 40%. So you see, a lot of people are now saying that they want to travel no matter COVID-19. And again, we see that there is a more pronounced trend for overseas travel. So there are a lot of people who say that they would go traveling as soon as COVID-19 is over. And for them, they want to go to Southeast Asia. So for example, where the distance is shorter and also the prices can be cheaper. So we see that perhaps when COVID-19 goes away, then people would start rushing to Southeast Asia, perhaps next year or the year after that. So far, we have reviewed the changes in the tourists' behavior. And then last is about the ESG. So I would just like to tell you a bit about the ESG, which has also become a key word in the COVID-19. So perhaps it sounds a bit like a far-fetched idea, but then the reason why I talk about this now is because the ESG, the environment, social, and governance, because the ESG has become a global trend and it is no longer an option, it is a must. And because of this, I believe that there is also going to be a growing demand for eco-friendly tourism. So as I mentioned earlier, now the tourism industry is in recession because of COVID-19, but as I mentioned earlier again, it is going to recover, although it may take some time, through more domestic traveling and also pent-up or revenge spending. And also there can be some government subsidies in order to promote tourism. So I expect the market to recover sharply. But then from this market-based investment, now on the other side of that, some people might be demanding more ESG to be embedded in the tourism industry. So more specifically about the environment when it comes to the tourism industry. And to be more specific, then I would say that it is related to the carbon emission as well as the global warming. So as you see on the left-hand side, in the past 100 years, because of the rapid industrialization and carbon emission, there was about a 1 degree Celsius increase in the global temperature, which is faster than we had ever seen before. And for your information, if the temperature goes to 1.5 degrees and also to 3 degrees, then they say that about 500 million people and 800 million people respectively will lose their place of home. And that is why there is a global effort to reduce greenhouse gas emission. And again, on the left-hand side, it's not just for some industries, but then it is for all the industries in general, as well as the ecosystem. And also the emission reduction is not going to be gradual, but has to be more drastic. So they want to come up with such a mechanism to have a drastic reduction and also to be accompanied by technological development. And that is why, for example, we are now seeing this switch from the ICE to electric vehicles and also from fossil fuel to renewable energy. The reason why I mention this is because the tourism industry will be no exception to this demand. Now, as of 2021, the tourism industry takes up about 8% of global carbon emission, which is no small number. And for example, the motor or the energy industry, so we see in these other industries as well. Now we are seeing regulations in these industries, and the tourism industry could also fall under those regulations. And also, the tourism industry currently is seen not as an essential activity, but luxurious activity. So again, it is not going to be free from such regulations. So I believe that such environmental regulations would also come to the tourism industry, and unless we get ready for it quickly, then we would be faced with the risk of falling behind in the market. But then I also see that for the industry in general, the preparation is not very high. So it's only about 8% compared to the retail industry when it comes to the R&D investment of tourism industry in ESG. Now then, more specifically then, now the tourism industry is by nature unpredictable and also overcrowded. So these two characteristics can be connected to the ESG because of these features, we are bound to provide standardized services. And also oftentimes it is inefficient, and also the supply can be done in an elastic manner, and there could also be some wasteful use. So for example, for some packaged products, we don't know what individuals want or don't want. So we would have to provide standardized services without individualizing them, meaning that it could lead to inefficient itinerary and also wasteful travel tendency. And also because we are not able to understand individual needs, so we would provide like inelastic supply, for example, the breakfast. And also because of that, the consumers would also discard many of the things that are being provided through the packaged products. So because of this, then if we can make the tourism industry more predictable and diversified, then some of these limitations could be overcome. And I believe that digitalization could provide this. In other words, through digitalized method, then we will be able to better understand the individual needs. And then also for the customers who are not aware of some of the hotels or the accommodations, we will be able to provide such options by online. And by doing so, we will be able to individualize the service and also reduce waste. In the past, such change was not easy because the supply chain between hotels and the guests were very much fragmented, and the data was not efficient. And also for the data to be provided, then for the hotels, it would be too costly. In other words, they would have to install servers and they would have to make such big investment in their IT system. So what we believe is the cloud-based SaaS mechanism, not the existing type of solutions. So we believe that through cloud-based SaaS, we will be able to provide low-cost and efficient, individualized needs to the customers. And this means that through the OTA, we can provide the property management system, so what we call the PMS, and also the channel manager, so CM. Then we will be able to get the data from the hotels, and also the operation would be automated. And by doing so, both the hotels and the customers will be able to reduce inefficiency as much as possible. Now for Yanolja, what we aspire for is, now looking at from level 0 to 3, then now we want to first provide seamless data flow to the hotels from the customers. And then now in level 1 is now utilizing all the data from offline, we want to digitalize it and then support automation. And then now in the end, we wish to provide fully automated personalization based on such data. Now, before I conclude, now as I mentioned earlier, now from the point of view of the environment, and I believe that ESG on the whole is going to become a very important keyword for the tourism industry after COVID-19. So in order to make the preparation, then we need to make preemptive efforts, and Yanolja will continue to lead in such transition through such digitalization. That is all. Thank you very much for your attention.
네, thank you. 감사합니다. For our next presentation, we have Mr. Kom Dong-chanta, Director General of Tourism Marketing Department of the Ministry of Information, Culture and Tourism of Lao PDR. Mr. Dong-chanta is here with us online. Please welcome him on the screen. Sir, you can begin your presentation. Mr. Dong-chanta, could you share your presentation material with us?
Hello, good morning. Excellency Kim Hae-young, Secretary General of ASEAN. Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
We can hear you clearly, Mr.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can I start now?
Yes, please begin. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Excellency Kim Hae-young, Secretary General of ASEAN-Korea Center, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to join this important event today. First one, I would like to express my sincere thanks to ASEAN-Korea Center for hosting tourism capacity building workshop. I would like to present you on the current tourism trends in Laos. In my presentation, will be focuses on 3 points as follows. One, the impact of COVID-19 on tourism in Laos. Number 2, Laos PDR Tourism Recovery Roadmap 2021-2025. And the last point, I will brief you tourism consumption trend after COVID-19. Now, I would like to give you the impact of the COVID on tourism in my countries. As we all acknowledge that the current tourism industry situation has severely impacted around the world in general, in particular the tourism sector in Laos PDR. The number of international tourist arrivals to the country has been decreased minus 80% since March 2020, comparing to 2019. Tourism business will close up to 70 to 80%. The high number of working tourism workforce are unemployed. During the COVID period, the country implemented closed international checkpoint of entry and lockdown measure and travel limitation within the countries. So hotel, restaurant, other business did not run any their business. So it made their loss of income and increase in outstanding debt, lack of working capital as measure of obstacle, and to continue or to resume the business. Some business also difficult to find a way how to borrow the capital from the financial institution. We can say that it was very hard time for Lao tourism sector. For the crisis, as I mentioned above, what Lao can do, particularly for the tourism. Ministry of Information, Culture and Tourism work closely with private sectors how to develop the plan of action. And we have supported by the UNDP. We developed Tourism Recovery Roadmap 2021-2025. This is the significant document. And there are three significant options to support this document, in particular to support domestic tourism. Number two, consider for travel bubble and tourism green zone for sustainable tourism. What we can do for the domestic tourism? Tour operator, hotel, airline, and tourism resort have closely cooperated to develop more the tour packages and try to sell this package to the domestic. This campaign has focused particular to attack the local and resident on domestic food journey, while experience local product offer and activity for Lao tourism. And for the travel bubble, our government has been accelerating vaccinated by 50% of all citizens by this year. And Ministry Information Culture and relevant sector has prepared a plan to receive international tourists to the countries. We also submit the project, particular for the vaccinated South Korea visitor, can be visited now. These projects under luxury golf tour package. All document is in progress for negotiation among the Lao private sector and Korean company. For the tourism green zone, the government of Lao PDR has also formulated policy on green and sustainable tourism. The concept of sustainable tourism is used in the context of achieving economic growth without damaging the natural and built environment and conservation, the culture of the local community. Protection of environment and natural habitat will go hand in hand with development of nature-based tourism to boost international tourists. At the same time, increasing demand for the nature-based tourism open space for visits. We also rethinking the target tourist segment, try to consider tourists in small number rather than mass low-cost tourists. We understand that tourism cannot develop alone. Complementary sector also need to be maintained in order to develop and sustain activity. For example, tourism need to save good service, good infrastructure, advertisement of place of interest, service offer, and so on. This point I like to share you. This is a very important point that we can work together with public, private sector, and community in tourism development that can bring benefit from the tourism. For the last point, tourism consumption trend. I'd like to share the idea, particularly for the information in my countries. Our ministries pay attention. This is the priority for the safety and hygiene. It is was approved by Ministry of Health. Be used for the hotel, tour guide, Lao airline, tourism resort, and so on. That can be make a standard to welcome international tourists to the countries. Of course, the regulation and policy related to travel or for the tourists are needed to amendment, such as insurance, medical assistance to ensure safety for their trip. Another key important thing, what Lao can move forward, this is a skill shortage in tourism sector. We say that it is a very important point that is high priority for our sector. We also plan for long-term of tourism human resources development. What the challenge for tourism time at the moment, I'd like to share you particular for we are considered to develop a tourism market plan for 2022-2023 that can focus on demand of the tourism overseas and tourism domestic. We are working closely with ADB projects and private sector and other partnerships to complete this plan of action. And the other challenges, this is also the budget is constrained, very hard to work. We seen the government have a small budget. Of course, the last one, the technology for tourism is a new thing that now can be overcome and can be worked more. That's all my presentation. For the more information, I think for the panelists, we can share more the detail. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Last but not least, we have Dr. Kim Hyun-ju from the Korea Culture and Tourism Institute, an institute that works on promoting culture and art by researching on the cultural industry and touristic development. Please welcome her with a big hand.
네, 안녕하십니까. 한국문화관광연.
Hello everyone, I am Kim Hyun-ju from the Korea Culture and Tourism Institute, and today I would like to tell you about the culture and tourism policy in the post-COVID-19 era. Now, today what I would like to focus on are the following contents. First, I would like to talk a bit about the impact of COVID on tourism sector, and then also about the outlook of changes in the tourism environment as seen by international organizations as well as research institutes. Now, first is about the impact of COVID on tourism sector. Now, actually, Mr. Lee Sang-jin from Yanolja earlier has mentioned this several times, but then now from the WTO, then as you can see from the data, then up until July 2021, then the overall international tourist. Now, it is all based on 2019, so let me also use the basis of 2019. So compared to 2019, then there has been a roughly 80% reduction. And as you can see in the slide, now for the Asia-Pacific region, then it is still minus 95%, and it is very slow to rebound so far. Then now on the right-hand side below, then this is about the international tourism returning to pre-pandemic 2019 level. And as you can see, the Asia-Pacific region, you can see that the experts are also the most pessimistic in terms of the outlook as well. And then now this is about the in and outbound tourism trend so far. I mentioned earlier for the Asia-Pacific region, it's minus 95%. And also likewise in Korea, international exchange pretty much has come to a halt. So as you can see below now, in the bold line, you see that it is still remaining at minus 95% compared to pre-COVID. And then now for the domestic tourism, now the UNWTO is saying that now as overseas traveling has pretty much come to a halt, domestic traveling could provide the role of a buffer. And you can see the same thing in Korea as well. So compared to 2019, then there has been about 50% recovery for the tourists in major domestic destinations. And also on the right-hand side below, then you can see that Koreans prefer the ecosystem or the ecology traveling or nature traveling. So in terms of the passenger flights, domestic passenger flights, there has actually been an increase about 5.3% compared to 2019. And then next is about the prospect changes in the tourism environment. And now this is from the WTO and the UN agency outlook is going to be the major basis for my talk for this part. So now then, this is about the May 2020 report by the UNWTO about the crises and opportunities brought by COVID-19. So now first it says that COVID-19 has brought about an unprecedented crisis. But then, based on this will also be an opportunity for us to think about new tourism models and also about how we are going to embrace innovation and digitalization in the tourism industry remain as important challenges to us. And also at the same time, the health and hygiene have become more important, and this also has brought to the fore the question of sustainability. Now what you're seeing now, this is from the G20 tourism ministers meeting that was held this year. And then now so this is the guideline for the future of tourism. And so they have also summed it up in 7 policy areas. So from 1 to 3, these are some of the elements that we have to consider in the tourism industry. So for example, as we prepare for recovery, we also need to ensure safe mobility. And second is about crisis management. So under this unprecedented crisis, then we need to be able to better manage crisis also for the future as well. And the third is resilience, because the tourism industry has been going through multiple crises and also multi-tiered crises. And this also means that we need to prepare a solid and stable foundation for the tourism industry in uncertain times. And then from 4 to 6, now they are more for the future direction. One is inclusiveness, to make sure that the local community and different stakeholders can take part in the tourism industry as well as the benefits. And also the next thing is about something that has been repeatedly mentioned at this workshop so far, and that is the green transformation for the sake of environment protection. And also the digital transition, this is also an important keyword in the tourism industry these days, and so that all the stakeholders will be able to be equipped with the digital skills. And last is about the investment and infrastructure to make sure that all of them can be accommodated in the tourism industry. And what you see now, this is about the Korean tourism experts and projecting the future of the Korean tourism environment. Now, I see that many of these important points are commonly pointed out by the experts. So, for example, in the social sector, then there is growing interest in personal hygiene and safety. And then for the technological sector, then the digital transformation and also the platform-based tourism industry. So we see that these changes are going to be accelerated. And then in the economic sector, then now even after COVID, the low growth is going to be entrenched in the world. Then how are we also going to accommodate the growing demand for innovative growth, including new business models? And then for the environmental sector, the emergence of sustainable tourism is one thing of note. And then in the political environment sector, then as we see in this workshop held by ASEAN-Korea Center, we see that what we need more than ever before is crowd intelligence between countries and between people, so that we will be able to find the wisdom to wade through the crisis, meaning that we need to strengthen cooperation between countries for safe tourism exchange. Next is also the last part of my presentation, and that is about the direction of tourism policy in the post-COVID era. Now, COVID-19 is quite different from the previous crisis, and that is that it is an infectious disease. So from the previous one-off crisis, then the tourism industry focused more on just recovering from it. But then, now from the COVID-19 crisis, now we realize that we need to look beyond growth. We also need to look at inclusiveness and sustainability. So I see that for the tourism policies, I would just like to point to 3 directions where it will be headed. And first is about innovation. I believe that the tourism industry will move more towards innovation. And then also about the sustainability or to respond to the global climate change, I believe that that is also something that the tourism industry continues to have to work toward. And the third is about the inclusiveness, meaning that we need to bridge the gap between the different classes and the different stakeholders. So inclusiveness is the third keyword that is important in the direction of tourism policy. Now, this SWOT analysis, I believe that for the different countries, now as they go through the COVID-19, then in order to promote the tourism industry, I'm sure that the different countries are also doing a lot of work and putting into a lot of different thoughts. But then, before COVID-19, depending on the development stage of the tourism industry and depending on the national circumstances, the things were different. Also, the strategy was different. But then now with COVID-19, it seems as if all the countries will go back to zero base and try to redefine everything and reestablish everything. So I will give you more details in a bit. Now, for the Korean tourism policy direction, it has the following 4 major areas. First is the tourism industry, where the innovation and digitalization are the most important. Second is domestic tourism. Because of COVID-19, we believe that there will be changes in the tourists' behavior in domestic tourism as well. And also there is going to be the, let's say, the fulfillment of the pent-up demand. So I believe that it is also very important for us to redefine the direction so as to accommodate such pent-up demand. And for the international tourism, then we need to make sure that we secure global competitiveness through high value-added tourism. And then for the local tourism, as was mentioned earlier by the Director General, now, for example, the workation or the different types of tourism. So what is important is to make sure that we have the infrastructure to accommodate different types of growing tourism. Now, then regarding the details, now again about the digital transformation. Now, for the tourism industry, then we know that there is the large-scale travel, but also the small and small-sized travel agencies. Then the question is how the different types and sizes of the travel agencies will be able to accommodate digital transformation. So the policy would also have to take that into consideration. And of course, the tourism industry was based on the commission value chain. But then now, in the future, the tourism industry would have to change its value chain from the commission-based to value-based. And then what is for the government to do is to invest in the R&D to help the companies come up with new business models and to provide better quality services. And second is the domestic or the local tourism. Now, because of the lack of international tourism these days, then the question is for each country to focus and try to promote the domestic tourism so as to at least maintain the domestic market. So it is in Korea. So there are also efforts being made to seek change in the policy for domestic tourism. And also because of the COVID-19, we believe that there are going to be growing gaps between the different groups of people in enjoying domestic traveling as well. So we also need to improve the environment and improve the infrastructure so that as many people will be able to enjoy domestic travel as possible. And third is about securing the global competitive edge through high value-added tourism to Korea. So starting from the issuing of visa to immigration. So we need to redefine and revamp our traveling network. And I believe that the key question is how we are going to ensure high value-added tourism after COVID-19. And also we need to have a governance among the different countries to make sure that we can have safe mobility. And the fourth is local tourism. So also in Korea as well, yes, since the near halt of the international travel, we also notice different types of domestic traveling arising. And of them, what is important is the local tourism. But then this is something that still has a long way to go, meaning that local tourism is not going to gain competitiveness overnight. So we would probably have to go through many different trials and errors. But then I would like to mention some elements that we need to promote local tourism. One is to have the leaders or the agents of local tourism. So I understand we would also be having a discussion regarding the capacity building, but we need to make sure that there are leaders who are equipped to lead the local tourism, and also make sure that we have the infrastructure or the basis to promote local tourism. And also we need to enhance the attractiveness of local tourism and competitiveness of tourism services, perhaps on par with the international travel. And we see that the tourism geography is changing as well in the COVID-19. So then in the post-COVID era, we also have to try to discover the local specific tourism to the different tourists coming from all over the world, so that the local area can also remain competitive in the eyes of the tourists. So that is all for my presentation. I look forward to more in-depth discussion to follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kim, and all the speakers. While we prepare for the panel discussion, let's all explore Laos PDR, a country that is simply beautiful, through a short video clip. Also, don't forget to participate in our YouTube comments event. Thank you very much, and I'll see you very soon.
Laos, simply beautiful.
Welcome back. Now we'll move on to the panel discussion for the Lao PDR session. May all the panelists kindly come up to the stage. Thank you. 패널분들께서는 자리 위로 올라와 주시면 감사하겠습니다. During the panel discussion, participants from Lao on Zoom who wish to ask questions, please click the raise hand function on your screen. The moderator will call your name, then you can turn on your microphone and speak. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Alex Makatuno to moderate the session for us. Please welcome Mr. Alex Malari Makatuno, Head of Culture and Tourism Unit of the ASEAN-Korea Center.
Thank you, Ms. Doyon. My dear colleagues, friends, and participants online, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ASEAN-Korea Tourism Capacity Building. My name is Alex Makatuno, and I am very honored to be with you as moderator of our panelists this morning panel discussion. Our distinguished speakers have shared to us the current and the future trends of tourism and some recommended policy directions post-COVID-19. And we are very lucky that they are still with us, share their vast experiences and policies developed, as well as all the programs that would probably address and mitigate the adverse effect of COVID-19 to tourism industry and facilitate the rebooting and opening of travel and tourism industry are still with us. Allow me to introduce once again our distinguished panelists, and we will be tackling the future of tourism, its challenges and changes. So ladies and gentlemen, from my extreme left, Mr. Lee Sang-jin. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, and Sean, right? The English name is Sean. He is the head of global operation of Yanolja. And of course, beside me is Ms. Kim Hyun-ju, a research fellow from Korea Culture Tourism Institute. And of course, last but not the least, on screen from Lao Ministry of Information, Culture and Tourism, a good friend of mine, Mr. Kom Dongchanta. How are you, Mr. Kom? At this point, I would like to open the discussion. Ms. Lee, Ms. Kim, Mr. Kom, are you ready? Are you excited? Even we have a very limited time. But anyway, so I would like to thank also our online participants who are actually staying with us. Probably I'll start with a question for our participants. So, okay. I have a question for Mr. Lee. Actually, you mentioned about the program and the projects that you have your organization. Although we need to adopt digital technology or common for both tourism industry and motor industry, the two are different industries. And the tourism industry is a combination of travel agencies, accommodation, food services, and more. Even the motor industry can be included in the tourism industry. Investment and developments in motor industry can lead to investment and development in the tourism industry. What made you compare the two industries in particular?
제 세션에서
Well, yes, in my session, I did mention the motor industry, the auto industry. So I used the motor industry as an example because basically in the trend of the ESG, we are seeing rapid changes in the industries, and then also the changes or the impact from changes is very well seen in the auto industry. So I thought that the auto industry was a very good example, because I believe that no one in the auto industry wanted to move away from the internal combustible engine and move to EV. But then it was because of the global trend and also because of the environmental needs. So they were forced to follow the trend, and that is how the industrial landscape changed. So I believe that in the tourism industry as well, we also need to make such preemptive changes in order to keep up with the changes. Otherwise, instead of leading the changes, we will only have to follow the changes, and perhaps we will become obsolete as a result. So we would have to make preparation ahead of time, and that is why I used the auto industry as an example.
I know that you have a very good program with your Janolja company. I just want to ask, because based on the presentation that you actually made, you presented a lot of activities and a lot of programs that could probably be adopted by the tourism industry as a whole. But given the scenario wherein there are some small, medium scale enterprises in tourism industry, can you tell us, can you tell our audience that how your program or how your project, your business can be availed or can be availed by our SMEs in tourism industry? I know that it's a bit expensive and all, but probably there are ways for those who are interested to to adopt that proposal or that program.
Okay, let me just speak in English for the efficiency of the discussion. So previously, those kind of the digitization solution was quite expensive, as you know. So it is typically owned and operated by just 4-star, 5-star big hotels with a very high level of investment. But nowadays, Janolja is providing cloud-based SaaS a solution as a service type of the software for the SME. So basically, we are having our subsidiary in India and also Southeast Asia as well, and they are providing some web-based type of the property management solution and also channel manager, which enable to use OTA connectivity very easily. So if our SME customer has PC or even just tablet with the proper the network connectivity, then that would be totally fine to use our own solution with much cheaper level of the monthly subscription. So I hope many of Southeast Asia customer going forward can use our own solution with less budget burden.
Okay, so thank you very much. Meaning it's also affordable for those who may be interested. Then they can probably get in touch with you. Okay, so at this time, I would like to ask Miss Kim Yeonju. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. I know that in your presentation you presented all the programs of your institution, and at the same time you actually discuss major policy directions. You talk about the safety, safe mobility, the crisis management, and at the same time you talk about the inclusiveness and the green technology as well. And you mentioned 3 major programs for implementation with regard to innovation, the sustainability, and inclusiveness. So according to your presentation, as I have mentioned, you develop tourism, but we need more government policies, which you already presented. However, to enhance the quality of local tourist destinations, accommodation, food, and other subsector of tourism, the private sector is also very important. And with this importance of our private sector, how do you think we can attract investment of the private sector to local destinations?
Yeah. Well, yes, then I believe that after COVID-19, the nation's competitiveness would be determined by the local and the region's competitiveness. So now for us to also try to enhance competitiveness after COVID-19, then we would have to strengthen the local ecosystem and also would have to strengthen the local stakeholders. So I believe that there is going to be more effort to promote local tourism as well. But as I mentioned earlier, the local tourism to promote competitiveness is not going to be done overnight. So strengthening the competitiveness is going to take some time. So like you mentioned, yes, in terms of the private investment, that is also important. But then you also know that it also has a strict threshold in the investment. So they need to see the potential there and also the value for investment, meaning that the local stakeholders and also the local organization and the local infrastructure have to be there. Then we would be able to draw out the local content to be productized for tourism and could be offered and presented to the tourists. So we need to first have that basis. And then also some of the, let's say, hidden gems or hidden contents in each local locality. Understand that in the Korean municipalities, they're also doing this work in order to find the hidden gems. So I believe that in order to do that, we also need to have the organizational basis that would perhaps incentivize the private sector to make more investment.
What you're saying now is the importance of development of tourism is not solely with the government, of course, but with partnership with the local government units and at the same time with the private sector, because private sector would be could be the one of the source for investment, right? And we have just to ensure that all the policies are actually in place, so that whatever investment that may come in, it would be the government would be able to facilitate, including the local government units. Okay. Of course, we have one question for our good friend, Mr. Com. Mr. Com, how are you? You doing good?
Good morning. Thank you.
We know that based on your presentation, you talk about the destination of Lao PDR, and we definitely agree that Lao is very rich in natural resources. I understand that Lao PDR, like any other countries, is rich in cultural, natural heritage and has suffered from the over-tourism before the pandemic. Although COVID has suspended tourism, on the other hand, it has provided an opportunity for the nature to recover and revive. Once tourism revitalizes, over-tourism will once again be a challenge. So the question now is, how Lao PDR prepared for this issue once the pandemic is over?
Very, very good question for us. So I'd like to share with you what Lao can do at the moment. So the government has approval on the policy sustainable tourism development. This is a very important document to implement in the whole countries. So what our ministry can do, we conduct awareness for within the countries, includes private sector, community, public sectors. So we acknowledge how what we can plan to do for the future. So of course, currently we also have tourism roadmap 2021 to 25, supported by UNDP. What I have mentioned earlier in my presentation. ADB also support us for develop tourism marketing plan 2023. Also important document. So other Lao can do more for sustainable. We try to have a campaign increasing demand for natural-based tourism. Useless plastic item. Tourism factor need to be considered to be longer term of impact. This is what I like to share with you. Alex. Thank you, Alex.
Okay, thank you very much. So meaning with all the plans that you have in place now in Lao PDR, we are assured, I mean the nationals and the potential tourists are assured of having a sustainable tourism eventually in Lao PDR, and they will be able to revisit once again Lao PDR's destination once the COVID is finished. Thank you, Mr. Com. I have one question.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I have one question for everyone. This could probably be I don't know, hypothetical or something, but we just want to ask this particular question. So we talk about sustainability, we talk about inclusiveness, we talk about development. So the question is, which is more sustainable? Number one, staying at home during the holidays with the air conditioner or a heater on full, with TV and music, using smartphone, data or Wi-Fi, cooking with gas or ordering delivery food, or going on a trip. Of course, it would depend on what kind of trip it is, whether it's a green or not, package tour or individual tour. But basically, travelers would use transportation, accommodations, and public services while traveling. So what do you think? Maybe we can start with Ms. Kim.
Well then, as someone who studies tourism, I would say that I hope that the tourism activities can be revived again so that people can go to tourist destinations and have their activities there. So I believe that that is an important goal for us. And then in order to ensure sustainability, then I do not believe that tourism and sustainability are mutually exclusive. But then now, in terms of the demand and supply, now for the tourists, now we have all been experiencing COVID-19 for 2 years now. So now then as tourists, so those who are let's say the leaders in the tourism, then they would also have to have more awareness on responsible behavior in the destinations. Then also for the supply side, then they would also have to think more about how to reduce carbon emission. So for the tourists in different destinations, then they also need to make sure that they can provide safe and clean services with less carbon emission. So that would be better than, I believe, having the, let's say, vicarious experience at home. Thank you.
Mr. Sean?
So I think it is getting more and more complex. So as you might understand, so some people can waste a lot of more energy or the waste of their some carbon emission, even at their home. And some people can save and more disciplined way of the travel in their own travel. So I think it is becoming more and more not about the place and the activity itself. So that's the reason why I think it would become more and more the homework of the future tourism. And I hope our tourism industry is getting more environmental friendly way to our customer.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it will always redound to sustainability and inclusiveness, and at the same time protecting the environment as well, right?
Yeah, correct.
So, okay, Mr. Kong, may I hear your wisdom?
Thank you, Alex. I think for the tourists, not only for the international tourists, of course, domestic, the trend they need to travel. What we think, or they think before they make the decision, putting the safety and hygiene is the key element. So they consider before what the host country can do. We can provide update information by technology or the visa testing, quarantines, or healthy safety requirement so that the travelers can make a decision. So I think that for the future, tourists, they need to move, not stay at home at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kum. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. As much as we want to accommodate some of the questions online, but we have a very limited time. But at this point, I would like to thank our panelists. But since we are now in the last part of the ASEAN-Korea Tourism Capacity Building Workshop, before I close the session, I would like to give once again the floor to our panelists to say their last message or parting words. Maybe we can start with Mr. Lee.
I would say travel will never die.
Travel will never die.
Yeah.
Agree. What about you, Ms. Kim?
예, 저는
Well, now for today, I would just like to say a few comments about the meaning of today's workshop, and that is about the strength of collective wisdom.
Any parting words? Mr. Kom, can you hear us?
I would like to share with you, I wish our tourism will have bright future. So we need to closely cooperation among ASEAN member state and as well the ASEAN Korean Center can support and assist our member state. How can we move together and bring more the tourists to this region? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for those kind words. Thank you for what you have shared, your valuable inputs on the future of tourism industry, the challenges that the industry need to address, as well as the opportunities of the industry need to look up to. At this point, allow me to wrap up this session of ASEAN-Korea Tourism Capacity Building Workshop for Lao on the future of tourism, changes in tourism consumption, trend after COVID-19. The COVID-19 pandemic has greatly affected the travel and tour industry, not only in terms of the decreases in number of tourists, but most especially its impact to businesses and tourism professionals. To facilitate the recovery of the industry, the following are some of the key points discussed by our distinguished speakers. Number one, strengthen innovation and digital capabilities of tourism companies and discover business models in response to the changes in the climate change. Government subsidies are needed to recover in the pandemic and support the market by giving high level of importance and invest to research and development that would diversify the processes and tourism and policy development using digital technology. Develop policies and implement inclusive hygiene and safety protocols, raise awareness on sustainable tourism guidelines, and create crisis management system for tourism activities and destinations. Number four, curate tourism products that will promote domestic tourism to entice not only local tourists, but foreign guests to visit the destination outside of the cities. Number five, enhance the competitiveness of the regional tourism industries and restructure the promotion system for a safe international travel exchange. And last but not least, participate in the development the global travel industry through technology and turn this current crisis into an opportunity. So again, thank you very much. Thank you for all our online participants, to our guests who are actually here, and at the same time, our panelists. Thank you very much, and we will see you again this afternoon for the session 2. That is for the capacity building workshop for Cambodia. So thank you and good afternoon, everyone.
Thanks to the moderator and the panelists. This will be the end of Lao PDR session. The workshop will continue at 2:30 with the second session for Cambodia on challenges and opportunities, embracing the changes and exploring the challenges in COVID-19 era, focusing on human resource development. Please be reminded that the YouTube live chat comments event continues during the break. We hope to see you back at 2:30. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The second session of 2021 ASEAN-Korea Tourism Capacity Building Workshop on the future of tourism, challenges and opportunities will start at 2:30. Meanwhile, please enjoy Cambodia, a kingdom full of wonders, through a short film.
ព្រះរាជាណាចក្រអច្ឆរិយៈដល់ភីមកក់ក្ដៅ
Thank
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will begin the second session for Cambodia on challenges and opportunities, embracing the changes and exploring the challenges in COVID-19 era, focusing on human resource development. Please be reminded that online viewers may raise questions through the YouTube live chat. Also, the YouTube live chat comments event is on until the end of today's workshop. For the first presentation, we have Mr. Hwang Seung-hyun, Executive Director of the Korea Tourism Organization, a government agency that aims to advance Korea's tourism industry. Please give him a big round of applause.
안녕하세요. 방금
Hello, as was introduced, I am Hwang Seung-hyun. I'm working at the KTO Tourism Human Resources Development Department. I will be delivering my presentation in the Korean language. I'm not as fluent as in English as I am in Korean, but I'll try to speak in English for the panel discussion that will follow after the presentation. So I would like to thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to present at the workshop today. Throughout my presentation, I will talk about what we've been doing from last year at the HRD department, which is planned to last until probably next year. Some of the key programs, initiatives in place in relation to the HRD. I will try to walk you through the presentation as smooth as possible. So tourism, as you understand, it gives you a brief respite from your daily lives. And of course, at the heart of the industry lies people. And this is the core of our mission. But recently, of course, there have been dramatic changes to our society and economy, having a significant impact on the over-professionals in the tourism industry. And what we've been doing thus far and what we should be doing in the future I believe is about converging technology and knowledge across the different domains. And of course, because of the fourth industrial revolution, there's a digital revolution that is going to be a very important pillar of our efforts. Despite this circumstances, because tourism is all about people, you have to have good empathy for yourself as well as for other people, and this is becoming a very important principle in developing our human resources. And I will try to give an introduction to human resources development activities at the KTO. The slide you're looking at is the milestones of the history of KTO. So starting from the 1960s, we've been working as a KTO, and we also trained professionals for the hotel industry, and we also foster tourist guides. And that effort continued until the 1970s and 80s. And we introduced a qualification examination system, which was operated by KTO directly. And since the 1990s, due to significant changes in the tourism industry, we also work to nurture and develop tour guides that will be working overseas for the Korean tourists. And afterwards, for many people that are visiting Korea, especially we saw an increase in the number of Chinese tourists to Korea. So we also fostered Chinese language tourist guides in the 1990s. And that was a focused effort in the 1990s. And especially in the recent years, in the 2000s, medical tourism became a big trend. So we fostered coordinators for medical tourism. We also developed relevant infrastructures as well as systems. And in recent years, in 2015, we relocated our headquarters from Seoul to Wonju in the Gangwon province. And ever since we had our relocation of the headquarters, various functions that I've spoken so far became consolidated. And we focus on tourism practicum and also professional development for the tourism industry. So the tour guides and also culture guides are the professionals that we have been working on to nurture and develop until now. But since the outbreak of COVID-19, because of significant impact to the hospitality sector as well as tourism industry, we're trying to come up with a different type of a development or human resources development system for them. So our tour guides as well as cultural guides. And on top of that, we also provide educational content for people that are working in the hospitality sector as well as travel sector. That has been our key focus in recent years. This is the photo from the Wonju headquarters, our educational facilities. There are 6 different lecture rooms. They're not that large, but they can accommodate from 20 people to up to 100 people, various different rooms in size. 47 dormitory rooms, and we also have a lab for hotel practicum facilities, and we also have computer and language labs. Since the outbreak of COVID-19, it is difficult to provide education related to the hotel facilities. So we had to stop such education since the outbreak of COVID-19. So we don't provide any education related to the hotel practicum facilities. This photo is the ones that were taken from the Gwangyo intersection, Seoul headquarters. So these are efforts that are currently being made in order to turn them into the Tourism Human Resources Development Center. It will go on until next year. There will be lecture halls, and there will also be consultation rooms and multimedia halls. So this is the future Human Resources Development Center that we're trying to build in Seoul, which will focus on education for future needs. In relation to the development initiatives for human resources, there are 3 basic directions that we're taking, and there will be some overlaps at the later part of the presentation. But we focus on industries and academia and KTO. These different stakeholders must be involved in our initiatives. And we try to have this collaborative effort across different stakeholder groups. And second is on and offline education or blending of these different platforms to better adapt to the different needs in the market. The third initiative may not be so relevant to education, but this is related to job placement, support and assistance functions that we perform for the tourism industry. So these are the 3 major directions that we're taking in implementing our business activities. So after the outbreak of COVID-19, what are some of the specific activities that we're carrying out? A lot of speakers before me have already talked about the significant impact from COVID-19, especially in terms of behavioral economics of the consumers, as well as changes in our society and economy. There is an increasing awareness about health and hygiene, and also there's much online activities, also manless virtual contacts becoming more important, and also economy at home. That is the 4th trend that we see, where a lot of people are tempted to stay at home rather than stay outdoors. So in terms of the traditional educational programs, we focus on competency, capability enhancement, and building. However, the society as well as consumers and people's psychology are changing dramatically, and they will undergo significant transformation going forward. So it is all about developing the right human resources to meet future needs. So this is the direction that we're trying to pursue in developing future-oriented professionals in tourism industry. So the green section shows the digital technology, the digital revolution, or the 4th industrial revolution technologies, as many people say. I think we have been in the midst of the digital revolution for about 10 years. And as we view, as well as many other experts view, professionals or businesses in the tourism industry, although I think they have been staying a bit away from the fourth industrial revolution to a certain degree. So KTO, especially in terms of digital revolution and the fourth industrial revolution, is trying to promote this idea for the people in the tourism industry so that they can better adapt to the changes in the market. And we're trying to bring this concept into our education programs and converging that to ICT and how these technologies can be better applied to the tourism industry. So these education programs were designed last year, and the education program has been in operation from the second half of this year, and it will continue on into next year as well. And the second point shows the changes in society, and this is leading to emergence of different trends and how that is going to affect our tourism industry. For example, there are a lot of needs in relation to people with pets. Also, when you plan and execute your travel plans, what patterns or what changes that we see in terms of travel patterns. And people really want to stay away from crowded places and want to, for example, have virtual contact rather than in-person contacts. So these are different trends that we see in the market, and we try to have that as part of our education programs in collaboration with experts. And as for the second part here, for the education, the size may not be so scalable right now, but this is going to be very much related to the future needs of the market, and it could also lead to new opportunities for revenue creation in different domains. So this is another area that we focus on right now. And the purple section on the right side shows what I mentioned before. KTO can only do so much. We need to work together with stakeholders from the industry as well as academia. We're trying to put in place this collaborative working structure. And this defines the major directions of our efforts. And also speaking more about the ICT. Basically, the vision, please take a look at the rooftop over here. It says, reading ICT, leading tourism. So people with ICT literacy, with skills in tourism. So this means that we're not trying to, for example, provide ICT training up to hundreds of hours. So we're trying to provide ICT education that can be readily adaptable to tourism practicum. For example, data communication, which includes big data, of course. And there's also education on digital marketing. And we also try to converge these ideas together in the design of our education programs. And this has been in place from the second half of next year, and it will continue on into next year. I think I've already given you the same talk. Basically, we focus on problem-solving skills as part of our education. People that are working out in the field, they're brought into the education scene because it could improve the effectiveness of education. So we do case studies with these experts from the field. And if there's, for example, any model that we can work on, we try to build upon it and improve it. And for your reference, although it is not included in the presentation material, this education is not it doesn't take place over a long time horizon. This education program is usually conducted over the course of 3 days. So this, we say, for example, collaboration between industry, academia, and government, trying to operate a collaborative partnership structure, and also to nurture interdisciplinary professionals with ICT literacy so that they can better respond to the needs of the era of the fourth industrial revolution. And that is the vision that we're trying to pursue in developing our human resources. Next one is related to the convergence of online and offline education. I said that we are trying to achieve a balanced education between the two. I've so far talked about offline education, and the later part is all about online education. In spring of this year, we established a relevant platform for online education, e-learning platform. I initially said that this is targeted at people, the professionals in the tourism industry, or would-be professionals in the tourism industry. So we have about 100 video contents that have been uploaded to the site. They include, for example, PR and marketing, and also interpretation of the guides, as well as recent trends. There are different categories of video contents that are available. And as I mentioned before, for the people that are working in the tourism industry, the travel industry, and hospitality business, we're currently developing relevant content for these professionals, which will be available in the second half of this year at the earliest, and also into the next year. There will be about 100 contents. Well, currently it's about 100 contents, but it will increase to probably 400 to 500 contents next year. And e-learning is an area where we want to make more investment in. So regardless of the place and time, we want to be able to have this online training that will be available 24/7. So coming back to my original point, KTO focuses on developing human resources that could prepare for the future trend and future needs. And of course, what we see right now in the market is not going to be here forever, and we will try to reflect views of people from the field as well as from the industry to better improve our systems, and hope that KTO will be able to present some good ideas and directions. And in the process, we'd like to collaborate with the stakeholders, with stakeholders from the industry. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for your undivided attention.
Thank you very much. Next, please welcome His Excellency Tri Chu from the Ministry of Tourism of the Kingdom of Cambodia, joining us online. He is the Advisor of Tourism and Director of International and Cooperation and ASEAN. Good afternoon, Your Excellency. Thank you for joining us today. The screen is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, really appreciate and congratulate ASEAN-Korean Center for organizing this workshop designed for Cambodia and Laos, and we really are thankful to all the support and continued effort in elevating the cooperation between Korea and ASEAN and Korea. And today, it is really my honor to be with you to share a particular point on human resource development policy in the tourism sector in accordance with COVID-19 in Cambodia. I appreciate the topic and really attached to the presentation, and as I can say, it is the topic is really timely when we are all facing the impact of COVID-19, and that the COVID-19 reset tourism in many ways, business model, behavior, attitude of, and tourist travel patterns. And another thing is we are now in the era of digitalization, where we should seize this opportunity to strengthen the competitiveness of tourism in the country, like Cambodia, or other countries as well. And my particular point will be on tourism, Cambodia tourism performance first. And may I share with you tourism strategy plan, rectangular strategy to set the scene so that you can understand our policy in terms of human resource development. And then I touch a little bit on measures to fight against the COVID-19 and that the government of Cambodia has been conducting and implementing. And then I will talk a little bit longer on tourism human resource development for COVID-19. With regard to Cambodia tourism performance, our vision is to develop our tourism based on nature and culture toward sustainability, responsibility, responding to climate change, contributing to poverty alleviation, and we regard tourism as a green goal that contributes to the development of a green economy. As a statistic of the tourism performance of Cambodia, in 2019, the pre-pandemic year, tourism contributed 12.1% of GDP and created over 700,000 direct jobs, and with other economic contributions here, including domestic tourism and other economic performance. As you can see, the first 7 months of 2021, we experienced a lot of, dramatic decline, accounting for almost 90% in terms of international arrival. So this impacts a lot on the tourism, on the business, livelihoods of people, and we are now ready to recover and to restart our tourism. Impact of the Cambodia tourism sector by COVID-19, we can see just roughly 875 tourism business suspension, over 60,000 people unemployed, 97% of total employment in those service. And we can see 67 tour guides have been suspended their license, and tourism vocational training has been temporarily closed, transferred from one on-site and to online training. With regard to tourism strategy plan, rectangular strategy, we adopted this strategy based on the rectangular strategy phase 4 of the government of Cambodia. And then in the tourism sector, we also developed and implement our tourism strategy plan, rectangular strategy as well. We can see under this rectangular strategy, the main goal of the rectangular strategy of tourism is to develop the tourism as a green goal and based on culture and nature that huge potential in Cambodia. Our main focus is on 4 areas. Number 1 is product development. Number 2 is one service and one standard to improve the quality service of tourism. Number 3, one employee, one skill. And number 4 is smart tourism. I think this is a particular point that we are now talking about around. And may I touch a little bit on tourism quality, service quality. The government of Cambodia, Ministry of Tourism, focus on the implementation of ASEAN quality standards. Up to now, we have 8 ASEAN standards, and Cambodia also benchmark the ASEAN standard to develop our own standard. If I may just, brief, we have ASEAN Green Hotel Standard, ASEAN Homestay Standard, ASEAN Spa Service Standard, ASEAN Public Toilet Standard, ASEAN CBT Standard, ASEAN Clean City Tourist Standard, ASEAN Mindfulness Standard, ASEAN Sustainable Tourism Award. With regard to the measures to fight against COVID-19, since the beginnings of the outbreak of COVID-19 in Cambodia, the Royal Government of Cambodia has established and deployed a lot of efforts and measures in order to contain the outbreak in the community. And some relief measures have also been implemented until now, including the economic relief package ranging from cash for affected workers of all sectors, discount of public commodities, taxes exemption to the facilitation of bank reimbursement, as well as cash incentive. At the same time, for the development, the way forward, the government also endorsed the roadmap developed by Ministry of Tourism for Cambodia Tourism Promotion and Recovery during the post-COVID-19 2021, 2020 and 2025. And this roadmap is the guiding principle for the development of all of the sub-sector of Cambodia, including subsector of Cambodia tourism, including human resource development. Well, under this roadmap, the objective is to welcome back international tourists, and Ministry of Tourism has developed and implemented the roadmap, this roadmap into 3 phases: resilient and restart from 2020 to 2021, recovery from 2022 to 2023, and relaunch 2024 to 2025. These phases respond to the general approach and strategy laid out by most of the countries in the world. And based on this roadmap, Cambodia has been supported and tasked to coordinate the development of ASEAN Tourism Recovery Plan, which is now already endorsed by ASEAN tourism ministers. And we thank all member states, ASEAN member states, for supporting Cambodia. Last but not least, in order to restart tourism and recover for its recovery, the policy measure to promote domestic tourism 2021-2023 has been laid out as the piloting project. I can say up to now we experience a lot of success in terms of relaunching and restarting domestic tourism. This is the testing or the piloting project that we can be sure that Cambodia is ready to welcome back tourism, international tourism. Tourism Master Plan has been endorsed for the post-COVID. Siem Reap Tourism Master Plan, Mandaluyong Tourism Master Plan have been considered as the guiding principle for the development of tourism after COVID-19. We, under the brilliant leadership of Samdech Akia Mahasenapati Techo Hun Sen, a major driver of growth for other sectors. So tourism should be catalyst for other sectors recovery from the COVID-19. Our vision is 2020-30, Cambodia as an upper middle income country, which will be contributed largely from tourism as well. With regard to the topic, tourism, human resource development, for short, we are adopting and implementing seriously and effectively the ASEAN MRATP, and we got a lot of support from the government and stakeholders, private sector, training centers, and tourism professionals. We could set up and establish the National Committee for Tourism Professionals by sub-degree signed by our Prime Minister. And it is a great honor that the second international conference on ASEAN MRATP in 2018 in Phnom Penh was participated in by Samdech Kep Mahasenapadai Taicho Hun San, our Prime Minister, at the closing ceremony. It is it's really very supportive from the royal government for this ASEAN MRATP and all the subsequent measures, activities with regard to developing human resources in Cambodia must be in line with the spirit of this arrangement. If you could see way forward for the human resource development post-COVID-19, we have a strategic framework. At regional level, we need to intensify the development, the implementation of the ATSP 2016-2025, the implementation of ASEAN MRATP, and we have the work plan, and ASEAN qualification framework must be strengthened for its implementation. At national level, we need to implement the National Employment Policy 2015 and 2025, National Team Policy 2017-2025, Tourism Strategy Plan post 2012-2020, Strategy Plan for Tourism HRD 2017-2025, National Qualification Framework, and our strategic angle, employee, one employee, one skill. This is just to show that all the development of human resources in Cambodia in line with ASEAN MRATP plus the alignment with the national policies. What would be what are the benefits of ASEAN MRATP implementation in Cambodia? Since the signing of this arrangement and the implementation and its implementation in Cambodia, we could develop some new training approach, such as formal training, informal training, non-formal training, and implemented by high school, fresh graduated Korean employees, and for those who drop out school, migrant workers and communities. And how the implementation, how the ASEAN MRATP is implemented, of course, we need to adopt the soft and hard infrastructure laid out by ASEAN member states and ASEAN as a whole, including curriculum of ASEAN, common ASEAN tourism curriculum implementation, toolbox utilization, school recognition, training of trainers and assessors, in-house training, recognition of prior learning, apprenticeship program, registration system, the tourism skill passport. And we have ASEAN qualification framework and national qualification framework as the basis for its implementation. Our goal or vision is to achieve a sustainable development goal number 4 and number 8, one employee, one skill under this strategic angle. And we need to contribute to the vision of ASEAN, Southeast Asia, field the world. I think up to now in Cambodia, we have a tourism vocational training school about the 20, and Cambodia, ASEAN national trainers and assessors 30, and national trainers and assessors over 700, and we have training toolbox over 900 folks. MOA graduate program 600 people, 6,000 graduates. RPL assessment, we got over 2,000 people accessed, and upskilling online programs granted to over 300 plus tourism professionals. Okay, our approach now facing the COVID-19, we are going for skilling, upskilling, and reskilling. This is known by everyone and implemented by almost the country. The best or the foundation for the development is we need to focus on the implementation of ASEAN Common Competency Standards, which are the benchmarks for our national common competency standard as well. So we developed our own standard based on the ASEAN standard. The qualification framework from ASEAN, AQF, has been mapped out and aligned with the national qualification framework, so that the training centers in Cambodia could implement easily. And we already mapped out all the level of qualification to national qualification. And of course, the unit competency from toolbox, from competency toolbox 242 from ASEAN framework have been implemented very effectively in Cambodia. We could, with ASEAN MOATP, we could implement initial training and continued training with a new approach from ASEAN MOATP, which are competency-based training and competency-based assessment. We could launch the in-house training based on the ASEAN curriculum. MOA curriculum at high school have been developed, and we hope that we could finalize by the end of this year. Refresher training, short course training are based on ASEAN competency standard. National trainer and assessor program have been trained as our pool of resource. Recognition of prior learning assessment is regarded as the tool to formalize to recognize the non-certified people who are working in the industry. This is just some picture showcasing the training program that we are conducting so far this year under the new normal protocols. And this is also just show you we have the guideline of recognition of prior learning, which is now benchmarked to develop the ASEAN RPL guideline that will be developed by ASEAN member states by the end of this year at AGR 2022. We have cooperation with assessment center to conduct RPL, as you can see, and celebrating the graduates just on September 2021, also under the new normal protocol. And we have the active participation and engagement from private sector to develop the high school program in tourism according to MOATP. So this is just the last point for our next step. The next step we will on the training system. We are trying to encourage the hybrid platform. So even though we cannot say at the time being that hybrid online training is compulsory, the case like other countries, but we are trying to encourage the implementation of hybrid platform in their system. We conduct reskilling and upskilling training for existing tourism professionals. We have to continue. We have to organize at the areas of skills such as spa training for spa training, capacity building for national trainers and assessors, national training program on tourism destination resilience in collaboration with PATA, upgrading green skill or RPL assessment program in collaboration with international organizations, ILO, International Labour Organization. We need to endorse the ASEAN curriculum in front office in vocational training by the end of the year, I just mentioned earlier. Collaborate with Talia's Assessment Center, which is the private one, to conduct the pilot project in collaboration with private sector and NGO. And of course, we have to think about a skill development fund to reopen tourism. I think I thank you so much for your attention. My presentation seems longer than expected, and I hope that I can contribute more with any question after the panel discussion. I thank you so much for participants. Thank you again, ASEAN-Korean Center, for your contribution to the development, human resource development in Cambodia. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. For our final presentation, we have Dr. Shin Hak-seung, Professor of Division of Tourism at Hanyang University. Please welcome him with a warm applause.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. And thank you for joining my presentation through online. My name is Hak-seung Shin. I'm an assistant professor at the Department of Tourism of Hanyang University. In this presentation, I'm going to explain some social changes and critical social issues that affect the tourism industry and the tourism higher education, and discuss some strategies that we may need to adapt to successfully educate the next generation of tourism. I cannot go into all the details for the sake of time, but I will rather focus on presenting my ideas and perspectives. After this presentation, I hope to discuss more in the next session. I'm sure that all the audience here and those who join this seminar through online agree with the idea that the landscape of the hospitality and tourism industry has been and is changing now. So does tourism higher education. The first industrial revolution, internationalization, and advanced technologies are the main forces behind most changes occurring. In addition, COVID-19 has changed the face of the industry like never before, resulting in a new way of business operation for human resource development and hiring processes. In this age of transformation, where today's skills will not match the jobs of tomorrow and new skills may become obsolete quickly, it's important to attract competent employees who are ready to adapt to these changes and lead others for the success of businesses. In addition, rapid changes in customer and employee needs justify a new and innovative way of tourism higher education. So I argue that tourism programs have no choice but to restructure their curricula and systems to successfully and creatively meet and serve industry demands on human resources. Before I discuss the future of tourism education, let me briefly explain the traditional characteristics of tourism education. In my opinion, tourism education has been relatively passive in adapting new trends and realities. So most tourism programs in South Korea and the US and the European countries put further emphasis on in-class learnings. However, we can find some specialized programs which provide highly practical knowledge for their students, such as hotel schools in Switzerland. In addition, there has been a clear boundary between the domain of tourism and other subjects. This indicates that those who major in tourism are supposed to mainly take tourism-related classes, and they have fewer opportunities to take other subjects in other domains and disciplines. I know that this format of education is ideal in nurturing and training so-called tourism specialists, but I argue that there should be further convergences in tourism education to train so-called multi-specialists who can understand and apply tourism and other disciplines as well. Okay, so let me be more specific about specific issues that influence the tourism industry and education. First is the first industrial revolution. We know that there's a big paradigm shift in the whole industries, including the tourism industry, caused by the fourth industrial revolution. According to a report, employers will have to divide their work equally between people and machines by 2030. This indicates that machines will focus primarily on some specific tasks associated with data analytics, administrative tasks, and routine manual works. On the other hand, employees will be in charge of value-added and complex tasks that require empathy and emotional-based thinking capacity. Next is COVID-19 pandemic. Let me stress again that the pandemic has had a tremendous and unprecedented impact on how people travel, how employees work, and how tourism businesses operate. There will be a profound transformation in the tourism industry, including the tourism education as well. So the tourism education should be ready to face new normals again and be flexible in training students, because we cannot exclude the possibility of a next global health threat like COVID-19 due to climate change and overpopulation. The third point is disruptive innovation. We can find a lot of business cases in the tourism and hospitality based on disruptive innovations. We know that a lot of businesses based on disruptive innovations are restructuring the tourism industry. For example, businesses based on sharing economy, such as Airbnb and Uber, have been highly successful in terms of the number of users, profits, and most importantly, differentiated service value. In this age of digital transformation, there should be much more opportunities for building tourism businesses based on disruptive innovations. So we need to consider this in the development of tourism programs. Next is transforming travelers' needs. We need to accept the fact that travelers nowadays, they are different from the travelers in the past. For example, travelers, they prefer quality to quantity, and they constantly seek wellness experiences in their travels. Importantly, empower the travelers who can access to a large number of data and actively engage in whole travel processes are pursuing new and transformative travel experiences. So we need to consider this in designing tourism programs. Lastly, along with transforming travelers' needs, employees' needs are changing as well. Historically, tourism jobs have been characterized with unstable and repetitive tasks. However, the new generation of tourism, they strongly prefer stable and creative jobs. Also, they want work-life balance, a flexible working environment, and high levels of well-being in the workplaces. In addition, they are relatively comfortable with technology-infused working environment where they interact not only with their colleagues, but also interact with technology tools. Based on the social changes and some issues that influence the tourism industry and education, let me propose some ideas on the future of tourism education. First, I argue that creativity, systemic thinking, and empathy are the three main elements of tourism education. In fielding economy where wages and employment are more attributable to filling tasks, educational institutions need to place creativity and innovation as the most important competence in their education. In addition, tourism employees will have to develop their own skills, which are hard to automate, because we have seen some cases of automation and artificial intelligence in the workplaces. Next is field-based learning. I think that we need to provide our students with more opportunities for field-based learnings, because this type of learning can help them grasp a greater level of real-life business context. Each believed that the field-based learning can bridge the gap between classrooms and real-life situations. The effectiveness of field-based learning can be measured by how our students acquire practical knowledge and skills, and how those skills are transferred to their final career in the tourism industry. Next is convergence education. I already slightly mentioned about the importance of convergence education, but we need to know that most tourism businesses nowadays actively use advanced data analytics for effective service delivery, successful revenue management, and most importantly, for making ideal decision for their businesses. So those things can help them achieve their financial target and build a strong customer base. So tourism education should develop new curricula by collaborating with different domain and subjects such as data analytics and data mining, so that our students can learn diverse knowledge in tourism data analytics and management. Next is job creation. I think it's time to redefine the goal of tourism education from job searching to job creation. In fact, tourism businesses consist of a lot of small players and individual businesses, which means that students who study in tourism can have a lot of opportunities to develop their own businesses instead of finding a job before graduation. If my observation is correct, I can find a lot of new businesses and startups in the tourism industry that exist, especially in the United States and European countries. But I cannot really find that many new businesses emerging in ASEAN and South Korea. So we need to consider this in the development of tourism programs. Lastly, I want to emphasize the importance of borderless education. We know that the COVID-19 pandemic has promoted the implementation and adoption of online learning and e-learning systems. But we need to accept the fact that borderless online education and platform-based learnings are unavoidable trends that we must adapt even after the pandemic, and we need to use them for our students. I know that there are some good exchange programs between different educational institutions across the world, but I argue that those programs can be transformed to online exchange programs. I personally think that ASEAN countries and South Korea hold an ideal position for developing joint tourism programs based on the growing interest about tourism development between both sectors. That's all I have prepared for you today. Thank you for your attention. If you need more discussion or information, please contact through my email. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shin, and all the speakers. Before we move on to the panel discussion, we'll have a short break. After the break, the panel discussion for Cambodia session will begin at 3:40, so don't forget to come back to your screen. Also be reminded that online viewers can participate in the YouTube live chat comments event. Meanwhile, the promotional videos by the Korea Tourism Organization will be played on the screen. Take a peek into Korea's local destinations and feel the rhythm of Korea with lively music and enticing visuals. I'll see you back very soon.
지나칭칭 나네 지기나칭칭 지나칭칭 나네 왜 지나칭칭 나네 지기나칭칭 지나칭칭 나네 지나칭칭 나네 지기나칭칭 지나칭칭 나네 왜 지나칭칭 나네 지기나칭칭 지나칭칭 Put your hands in the air 지나칭칭 지나칭칭 나네 지기나칭칭 지나칭칭 나네 Say hip hop hippity hip hippity hop 내려 입은 청바지 가다 진짜는 나 Say hip hop hippity hip hippity hop on 음악 아프다고다 청춘은 아니야 2X 라지 에색 딱 내 청바지 입고선 힙합 하지 하늘처럼 따지 긴 바지는 난 입어 우린 삐딱하지 시기나칭 시간 지나지 지갑이 나지 긴 위상자들의 위 싱거운 소리에 비친 내 모습에 기침 커지는 시침 소리에 맞춰 앞으로 직진 yeah. Bring it back down 사람도 애민 yo. 이걸 못 느낀다면 스트레스가 밀려 될것 같아 밤의 기장에 서서히 바라보던 하늘의 별들도 손을 들고 따라 불러 say 지나칭칭 나네 지나칭칭 지나칭칭 Everybody say quit 지나칭칭 나네 지나칭칭 지나칭칭 나네 정신없이 흘러가는 날 중에 잠시 휴식을 줘 We need a break time 푸른 바다 위에 몸을 맡긴 채야 고민들을 털어내 서피 비치 위에 자유를 느껴 내게 같이 밝은 태양 아래서 일상에 돌아갈 때 후회하지 않게 이 순간을 맡길게 yeah. 체력이 다할 때까지 한 surfing my way. 조용히는 네 파도를 타서 I'm surfing my way. 다시 돌아오지 않을 오늘을 위해 I'm surfing my way. 조용히는 네 파도를 타서 I'm surfing my way. 다시 돌아오지 않을 오늘을 위해. 꽃이 피는 화산이요 피기는 정산일세 따라 밝은 달아 우주 강산에 비친 달아 내 중심으로 강강 쏠래 이거 학교 된거 그냥 놀래 부국동이 내 동네 내 중심으로 강강 쏠래 Turn around, slow down, 멍 때려 아무것도 안 할래 바보 같은 춤만 골라 주머니는 무겁지만 I don't live play again 다시 보긴 결제 딘배 아니고 난 배짱이 우리 엄만 일어나 놀래 대한학교 설레비네 첫 번째 힘안 들이고 나까지 난 볼래 Oh way 관세음 보석 참을린 그래 내다 가만히 그나대다 I pray for myself 못 되라 우리 번님 어디 가고 모두 신어 세워라 내워라 답답한 건 넌데 왜 나를 붙여놔 세워라 내워라 따라 밝은 달아 우주 강산에 비친 달아 짜증을 내어서 무엇 하나 성화를 바치어 무엇 하나 속상한 일도 하도 많으니 널 기도하면서 살아가세 니나 너니 일일이야 니나 너니 일일이야 여기저기에서 너의 향기 주체 못하는 이 흥을 얻지 하지 못하고 얼싸 좋아 얼씨구 좋다 우리 사이 조금 비빌게 내가 잘하는 척 같지 네가 너무 놀라지 않게 밤새도록 고민했어 주저없이 더 비빌게 턱시도와 색 저고리 어울리네 우리 사진으로 플래시 어느새 해는 저 문제 밝게 빛나는 달 앞에서 지친 하루의 사람들은 저마다 하나 둘 무리지어 잔속이 쉬고 있네 태평하게 얘기하고 있어 공수고 인생 너를 만나서 다행이었어 짜증을 내어서 무엇 하나 성화를 바치어 무엇 하나
자, 약 33,700. 자, 약 38,300. 자, 약 40,2700. 자, 약 109,000. 자, 약 44,027. 자, 약 30,000. 자, 약 32,000. 자, 기다려 지탄시해 복잡한 미로 필요 없어 위로 고민들은 뒤로
천사였다.
I remember like my first time. 잊지를 못해 우리 처음으로 만난 그날은 내게 마치 환상. Yeah. 수많은 사람으로 가득했던 한강 and it was so beautiful just like your face. 젊고 아름다운 내 서울 같아. 난 아주 트렌디하지만 너만의 이야기가 있어 너를 내게 말해줘. I'm just trying to love you better. So many stars like a big universe. 별빛이 담긴 길거리들 꺼내고 싶어 너와 둘이서 Fall in love with the city 매일 새로운 느낌이 C-E-L-O-V-E come right with me on my city love yeah. C-E-L-O-V-E come right with me on my city love You're so different 누구와도 비교할 수 없는 개성이 있어 그래서 어디서나 받지도 영어린 시선 무엇을 하든 top class 너는 남기지 이름 쉽게 만족 못해 널 향해 보다 더 위를 You take it higher back to sun 어떤 일을 하든 최선 다해 100% yeah 어렵게 찾은 너는 내 사랑이구나 이리 와서 업고 놀자 함께 사랑갈 부르자 꼭 잡은 두 손에 너와 나의 true romance 흩어져 있어도 같은 마음 Soul is the name so it lives in my heart yeah 꼭 잡은 두 손에 너와 나의 true romance 흩어져 있어도 같은 마음 Soul is the name so it lives in my heart yeah C-E-L-O-V-E come right with me on my city love yeah C-E-L-O-V-E come right with me on my city love yeah 회색 도시 안에서 고개를 내 정해둔 상식에서 벗어난 뒤 반복되는 알고리즘은 no way 그래도 어떻게 차가운 도시가 나를 바꾸게 보내 올라가는 몸 변하지 않을 건 우린 really keep it clean 우리 도시 안에서 미칠 거면서 듣는 음악을
Welcome back. We will now begin the panel discussion. May I invite all the panelists to the stage? Thank you. During the panel discussion, participants from Cambodia on Zoom who wish to ask questions, please click the raise hand function on your screen. The moderator will call your name, then you can turn on your microphone and speak. Once again, I'll leave the floor to Mr. Marcatino. Please come forward, Mr. Marcatino.
Thank you, Ms. Doyon. I'm back. For those who have just joined our event, my name is Alex Makatuno, and I am your moderator. It's my privilege to be the moderator for the second session of the ASEAN-Korea Tourism Capacity Building Workshop, this time with Cambodia. And we're happy. We have still with us our distinguished panelists. So just let me introduce them again to you. One is from my extreme left, Professor Shin, and of course at the middle, in our middle, it's Mr. Marcos, right? He wanted me to call him Marcos because his name is quite difficult to pronounce, but nonetheless, I think we have some questions here online. Okay, online participants, please be ready with your questions. Let's check if there are some questions online here. Joining with us also is a good friend of mine, of course, Mr. Tri Chu. He's actually online participating. So I'm pretty sure there will be more questions, Chi, for Cambodia? I can see some questions. We have some questions here. Okay, once again, let's check. Sorry, I think this is the... Let me check. Yeah, there is one question here actually from YouTube, but I think it's more on the policies of Cambodia, and I think it's already been shared by our speaker, by Mr. Chief. So at this point, okay, thank you. Okay, as I have mentioned, we're happy that our distinguished speakers and our online participants are still here. So let me start with the first question. I want to direct this question to Mr. Marcos. Okay. So you actually presented numerous programs of KTO, and I can see that most of the programs really talks on sustainability and all how to improve and develop the capacity of our tourism professionals. So and you also presented the tour education website, if I'm not mistaken. So the question is, the key to KTO's post-COVID tourism industry human resource development is digitalization. And as presented, which is very crucial, I think, to the education of tourism professionals. Korea is one of the countries with best performance in digitalization. But as I have mentioned, based on the presentation on Tour Edu website, it doesn't seem to have education curriculums for sustainability or inclusiveness, which may show its weaknesses in environmental friendly tourism. So we just want to get your idea on why probably the inclusiveness and sustainability is not part of the Edu or the Tour Edu website.
Oh yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, you are right. As mentioned, now we are in the starting phase of our website. I mean the e-learning platform, and we are constantly strengthening our contents, as I said before. And regarding the eco-friendly contents, actually nowadays we are calling it ESG or something like that. So our organization is now giving forces to ESG contents, and maybe you can meet or see them early next year, I guess. Yeah, we are aware very well, and for the education, also for our organization itself, we are endeavoring to get some kind of taste, or we are giving our money and time in it very much.
Yeah, just a follow-up question. You actually discussed the different programs, and we're just wondering how do you converge with private sector, with government, and with the academe in terms of developing and promoting the program for human capital? I know that for KTO, you have this program, and as presented by our colleague here, Dr. Shin, he also made some presentation on the academe perspective, and Mr. Chu also presented the government activities and program that they are implementing, particularly on training and reskilling, upscaling of their tourism professionals.
Well, we think, at least we think that we have R&Rs, I mean the role and responsibilities between the industry and KTO regarding the human resources development. Basically the various associations in travel industry, they have their own training programs, which is supported by the government, especially in budget. And KTO, as I said before, we cannot do all of the HRD things because we have finite budgets and personnel. And that was the before COVID-19 standard for the industry HRD. But after COVID-19, we are doing some common things which can affect the associations in HRD, and that was one example of that. I mentioned on the presentation the ICT literacy and the digital transformation in industry abroad.
Professor, would you like to add the kind of convergence and at the same time how these industries will actually work together towards one direction of implementing and capacitating our tourism professionals?
Yeah, that's a very important question. I think that for the success of education programs provided by the government sectors, it's important to ensure that those who took the classes provided by the government sectors have enough skills. I mean, skills that are required by the private sectors, because sometimes I can find some mismatch between what industry needs and what we provide in the education for our students. So it's important to ensure there is no gap between them, so that industry sectors, they can make sure that those who get the certificate, for example, from taking the classes, they are ready to work in the private sector. That's really important.
Yeah, because for your case, the product would actually be, eventually will be the industry or will be the tourism professionals, which will be very important part of the KTO and at the same time of the government. Wherein, I would like to ask Mr. Chu, do you want to add more on this particular question regarding the convergence between, for this case, like the academe, our government, and at the same time, like the semi-government, or let's say for this case, in Korea, it's the KTO?
I would like to join our previous colleagues and panelists on the importance of converging every party in terms of skill development. And I think it may relate to how it works in each country. We can see in some countries, the role of the private sector is really high. They tackle all the issues related to humanitarian development. They even contribute to the skill development fund. And some countries have their own, the compulsory training skill. That means each tourism operator has to send their employees to attend the upskilling or reskilling program. In some other countries, like such Cambodia, we really appreciate the engagement from the private sector, but we don't have yet such kind of the obligation of training that regulate and encourage the private sector to send their employees to attend particular trainings. in the country. So the approach may be the top-down in terms of the government should, the government lays out the policies and mechanism, training course as a minimal standard training curriculum, and the private sector can take over and can implement what we suggested to do. The case like ASEAN-ATP, Cambodia has the national committee, and then within the national committee we have a representative from private sector. But overall, what we have put in place is the standard, the regulation, and private sector could implement the training programs with the minimal standard laid out by the government.
I see. So
with regard to the current situation of COVID-19, if we adopted the private approach or the skill need approach, we could not, because all activities, almost activities are suspended, but the government are still continuing providing the training program in the form of upskilling or reskilling. This is what the government can do in order to retain our talent. But next forward, after COVID-19, I think the role of government should be more, should be wider and higher in terms of reframing the strategic direction. And in this case, the alignment with private sector should be challenging, while private sector are seeking their, survival, cutting costs or something. This is why we need to work together toward the strategies. Cambodia has a clear vision in terms of that. First, we already put in place the talent management program, which comprises of keep the talent and promote the career path. This is what we are implementing now, and especially it is even more important for the post-COVID-19.
Yeah, I agree.
I think this is just my point. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you that the secret of the success of this endeavor would actually relies on the government, the private sector, partnership, and including the academe, because at the end of the day, they are the ones somehow helpful in providing some strategies as well on how to make the situation of the industry would be adapted on the current situation. With which I would like to ask Mr. Chu again. You mentioned that Cambodia is doing a lot of activities and you're actually using digitalization as a platform, right? And during these sessions, and both sessions actually, even this morning session, digitalization was said to be the key issue in post-COVID tourism. Does Cambodia have any programs, both for the students and tourism professionals or workers, that would help in enhancing their digital skills? Say, for example, social media. Do you have those kind of program at the moment or implementing at this time?
Yeah, of course, digitalization in tourism is a fact that everybody must face this challenge, and it is not really the challenge, but we have to think that it is an opportunity to strengthen the competitiveness of the industry. With this paradigm on digitalization in tourism, the Ministry of Tourism has adopted and implemented that is called digital tourism under the strategic angle that I presented earlier, smart tourism.
Yeah.
So under this digital tourism, we have many angles. First is quality control. That we worked on licensing management system. We provide the license to tourism operators through digital platform. And it is not only Cambodia, but in tourism in Cambodia, but all sectoral body. We are now merging all the portals for the registration of companies or tax and something. This is a new move and very new, and we are ready to put in place for the public. This is what we call tourism management system, tourism business management system. Number two, we think about digital literacy. So last month, Ministry of Tourism has launched the tourism literacy in digitalization, and in cooperation with the Center 4.0, we have also created Center 4.0, focusing on digital tourism. And with this roadmap, digital roadmap, we are now approaching how we could implement this digital program in tourism center, something like that. So as I mentioned in my previous slide, we encourage the hybrid system at the training center. First, it is to get the student to be familiar with the fact digital tourism. Second is to encourage the student to strengthen the capacity in research and in their career. This is what we are implementing right now, and we are ready for the post-COVID. So once again, tourism business management through digital platform and tourism literacy.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Alex.
Yeah, I think those are very essentials in terms of developing eventually the startup, right? Because this kind of initiatives, training program, and at the same time all these plans, digitalization would actually lead to somehow have more opportunity for a startup, a business. Which now I would like to ask Professor Chin. In your presentation, you actually mentioned that compared to Europe and US, there are not many tourism startups in ASEAN. Well, of course, that is US, and we would like to hear, if there are no many startups in ASEAN region or even here in Korea, what do you think is the reason for this, and what do you think we can do to encourage more students and people to be future entrepreneurs? And who are the key players to achieve this goal?
Thank you for the question. Before I answer to that question, let me make sure that that is my subjective view, because I cannot find really the statistical information to compare the number of startups and business in the industry between both sectors. So I think that the difference between those countries is originated from the different views toward the tourism industry and education. In the US and most advanced countries, they begin to regard the tourism as a unique sector which requires advanced skills and analytics to be successful. So many talent with different backgrounds from diverse disciplines, they get together to build a new business based on advanced business models and analytics. On the other hand, I personally think that we still regard this field as one of the service industries with less innovation and transformation. So as an educator, we need to teach our students that there are a lot of potential for developing new businesses in this industry, And also, as I mentioned in my presentation, we need to promote more convergences in the tourism education so that our students have more opportunities to interact with other talents from different backgrounds so that they can develop creative business models and support them to build that model in real. So that's my view.
Okay, thank you, Professor. I want to go back to Mr. Marcos. You actually presented the program of KTO, particularly the home. And I love the acronym, which is HOME stands for healthcare, online, manless, and at the same time, economy at home. Would you like to share us more about this home and how you implement or encourage our stakeholders, particularly our human capital, to go with this kind of home program? And how do you promote this this home program or this home acronym to all our partners in the tourism industry?
Well, thank you for the question. Actually, home is not the word which is thought by me. By preparing this presentation, we consulted some documents, and we found this one in travel industry wise. You can think a lot of new business opportunities with the deep understanding of the current social change, especially which is evoked by COVID-19. Regarding the age healthcare, that means about health and hygiene. That's the basic concern of human being, I think. But with the COVID-19 era, we are thinking very much about it all the time. So now KTO is having some thinking about the wellness tourism. Actually, we have been doing this about 10 years or so, but now is the time we can think about it, and we can do something after the COVID-19. And regarding the online, many people said about the fourth industrial revolution or digital transformation or something like that. But as we have experienced for more than 10 years, I guess, we are with a lot of OTAs and a lot of new apps, applications, and new programs, something like that. And for the Korean travel agencies, I think, except some good examples, many are small and medium enterprises, and they are not easy to adapt new environment. But now is the time to adapt new environment, especially for digitalization of its organization, its ongoing concerns, or on its people. So we are now stressing that part by KTO and our government. Yeah, and MEN is actually about, this is quite related with the digitalization, because of the pandemic, it's not easy for us to contact people as before. So a lot of events and a lot of meetings are being done by online or by digital applications, something like this. And this can affect our marketing activities in the future. And the economy at home, this is also being done a lot with the advent of COVID-19, especially in South Korea. Many people are asking the restaurants to deliver the food home, something like that.
The food delivery.
Yeah. So we can think a lot, and we should prepare for the future, especially in travel industry wise.
Yeah, actually, as I have mentioned during our lunch, this is my 8 months here in Korea, and I'm really happy with the kind of online and digitalization that you have here in Korea, even in a very normal and regular activity, like when you go to the market, or you don't need to go to the market or to the restaurant. You just have to order, and eventually the food will be served or will be delivered at your doorstep. So I have this question for the three gentlemen here. For all the programs that are implemented by the tourism industry, both from the government, from the private sector, particularly on trainings or the skills development of tourism professionals, we break down this question to three, okay? Because we discuss everything about digitalization, sustainability, inclusivity. We also talk about capacity development, human capital development, tourism professionals. So number one question is, how can we make sure that our trainees gain confidence and competence with all these kind of trainings that we provided, or with this capacity trainings that we gave to them? Second, how can we monitor and evaluate their achievements to ensure that the results are maximized given the resources used? And number three, what other available opportunities are there for our trained tourism professionals? Where can they apply this knowledge and skills? And aside from the tourism industry, what other industry they can be used of, and in their importance will be, their worth will be recognized. Maybe we can start with Mr. Chu. Are you there? Chief?
Hello? I'm sorry, it's going out for a second.
Okay. So maybe we'll start first with Professor Shin.
Yes. So in terms of the first question, I think that is really important issue, because I know that a lot of workforces in this industry, they are not really proud of being in this sector. So it's important to develop positive organizational culture to make tourism workers be empowered based on their achievement and the skills. And also, I think in this action, the leader's role is quite important. So they should be the one to promote that organizational culture and develop collaborative and encouraging culture where their employees are empowered and feel proud of building their career in the tourism industry. For the second question, I'm not really sure about the concept that result should be maximized given the resources used, because I
think this is applicable particularly for the government. I mean, because governments spend for trainings, right?
Yeah, but in my personal opinion, we cannot really solely evaluate the performance of service and investment in a quantitative way, because the hospitality and tourism services are characterized with hedonic services, which means that sometimes we need to evaluate the performance of services from both quantitative and qualitative perspectives. For the third question, as I mentioned before, they need to expand their skill sets to different areas, including data analytics, mining, and these skills can be used for them to make a right business decision based on the result of data. And also, they can deal with more accurate demand forecasting based on the data analytics, and they can also design performance-based marketing with more accuracy, higher accuracy with data. So that these things will be the goal for them to hone these skills.
Thank you, Professor Shane. What about you, Mr. Marcos?
Well, regarding question number one, I think that every country and every organizations have different cultures and different level of training, and so every training should be a fit for specific reasons and countries. But in general, we need to revise some programs, which is quite similar to the global level. And if we can do that, that training can be performed very well by persons in any regions or countries. And regarding question number two, well, for practitioners, myself, the number two is always a question of me and of my colleagues, because we need to assess the outcomes or something like that in every things we do. But for question number two, we have been trying to get information from the trainee itself and from any company or organizations in which he or she is working for. So by getting to informations, we can assess the results. And regarding number three, well, the question itself is quite complex for me. But I would like to say that for upskilling or reskilling or adapting new environments should be the must for every professionals in this field, because if we cannot do that, we cannot survive. So that's why we should do that. We should try to adapt or accept new skills or knowledges.
Yeah, we have to adapt with the changes, right? Okay, Mr. Chu, quickly, would you like to answer the questions?
Thank you so much for the question. I can see we have two questions. Number one is how to strengthen the engagement of private sector with the government in order to promote tourism development. And number two is how should tourism be shaped in response to technological change? This is a question that they are very. These questions are very critical and important. First, for Cambodia, what we need from the private sector is to think that the mindset is to think that the investment in training program is an investment that return back after the benefit, profit plus loyalty. According to the study, you can see $1 invested in training program provides $1.4 in net profit. And besides that, it is the loyalty of the employees, of the staff. So I think the first beneficiary of the training program is the investors or the tourism operators themselves. So they should take up this thinking mapping. How to promote the engagement? In Cambodia, I think the Ministry of Tourism, we have regulations, we have training curriculums. We are motivated, we are intensifying the implementation of ASEAN ATP. So I can see we are ready to accommodate the requests from private sector. The thing like in-house training. Actually, we have been working with some hotels in promoting in-house training. What is in-house training? It is the approach of training that the Ministry of Tourism has put in place in order to strengthen, to build up the resource of people in tourism organization. So we started by training supervisor, manager, so that they can become trainers for the organization. And the re-delivery of training against competency level of qualification is recognized within the framework of ASEAN and national qualification framework. So we facilitate, we pave the way for private sector to involve. So we just need their action, their prompt action. Maybe some information are not widely communicated to the private sector, but we have really the real cooperation with some hotels in the pre-pandemic. This is what we are going to strengthen. For example, we encourage the establishment or the operationalization of training system by private sector. We work with the TARGAS group. We recognize the TARGAS training center as the assessment center for food production. So we don't have a food production assessment centers to do so, to assess the qualification. So we work with the private sector. This is the concrete example. It is not the only activities, but we are still open to the private organizations.
Yeah.
So in the future, for the private sector to involve more, I think it should be from their owners and the general manager to think that way. Number two, the question is how should tourism be shaped in response to technological change? We are now to know that technological change impacts the way we communicate, the way we approach a business model, and the way we develop our product, something. Yeah. So we just know that in tourism sector, with the commitment and efforts of the leaders in ASEAN region, we could implement some digital programs and such as ASEAN Declaration on Digital Tourism, which was adopted by the leaders at the summit, ASEAN summit. So this is the strong message from the leaders and tourism decision makers to improve and to implement the digital, digitalization in tourism sector. So if you talk specifically on the training program, to my own opinion, technological change impact the way we deliver the contents of training, but it will not impact the structure of the training system. The structure of the training system, such as CBT, competency-based training, is still competency-based training, which focus on the learning outcomes. Nothing changed, but the way we deliver would be changed, would be impacted. For example, we should prefer online training to physical training for some modules, and maybe how we develop the contents of the training modules. Yeah. So on the core of the training system, nothing changed, but it changed on the design of the delivery.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I think at the end of the day, it's always been an issue of whether the training that we conduct is an investment or an expense. So still, it's there, but it's really somehow for all the stakeholders or the key players to understand and appreciate that training is not an expense in a way that you spend money, but eventually in a long term it's an investment. So I think that is the essence of what we're actually discussing here. I have one question here, though I still have very short minutes, but there's one question from Sam Sopron. How should tourism human resource development be shaped in response to the technological change? May I ask the three of you, but in a very short answer. Again, this is a question from Sam Sophoin from KBL Hotel, I don't know, from Cambodia, right? How should tourism human resource development be shaped in response to the technological change? So would you like to start, Professor Shin?
Yeah, so as I mentioned in the presentation, we need to make sure that there are value-added works that employees can be in charge of, while some tasks are automated and robotized. So it's important to make sure that we leave some value-added and emotional tasks that by human forces.
Yeah, it's a value added, as you mentioned. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Marcos.
Well, let me just put it very shortly. We should shape in the perspective of consumer.
Okay,
that's
share
the main
the
point.
perspective of the consumer. Okay, Mr. Chief, very short.
Yeah, very shortly. As I mentioned earlier, when we talk about technological change, tourism operators should be ready and for any future change. And in technological change will impact the way we communicate, the way we approach our business model, and the way the travel pattern should be. This is what the main thing from my own perspective. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. Professor Shin, Mr. Marcos, and Mr. Chief, thank you for sharing your knowledge and valuable inputs. But one last request before I end this session. Would you like to share some parting words? At least one word or two words would be enough for this session and for your message to our stakeholders here and online. Mr. Chief, would you like to start?
We have to look at digitalization is the opportunity.
Digitalization is
more higher competitiveness, and digitalization will bring in more prosperity and more productivity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sir Marcos?
Yeah, this is for all tourism industry stakeholders under a severe situation. United, we stand over COVID-19.
Wow, united we stand over COVID-19. And of course, last but not least, Professor?
Yeah, for the brighter future of Cambodia and Laos tourism industry, I think it's time to pursue quality-driven sustainable approach.
Okay, so thank you very much. Let me close this session by sharing with you some important points discussed by our panelists. We all agree that jobs empower people, improve quality of life, and recognize people's value and worthiness. Millions of these jobs and businesses are dependent on tourism and travel-related sector, and the core value are the human capital or tourism professionals. For this reason, we need to, one, we have to rethink ways to make our human capital resilient, productive, creative, innovative, competitive, sustainable, and inclusive. Continue to enhance students and tourism professional skills, upscaling, reskilling in the new normal protocol of the post-COVID-19 within the context of the regional standards and trainings which are compliant with the national and ASEAN frameworks. Educators and academe paradigm shift on designing education programs. This strategy would include on programs on creativity, systematic thinking, and empathy. This will be the core skills for tourism workers. Field-based, industry-coupled, problem-based learnings for tourism students to grasp a greater level of real-life business context. Convergence in tourism education with other fields and subjects such as data analytics and technologies. Define the goal of tourism education by emphasizing job creation instead of job seeking. This will provide more opportunities for the students to develop their own tourism business and be the owner instead of becoming a worker after graduation. And last but not least, to be prepared, ready, and accept new trends on borderless online education while strengthening the joint online exchange program for tourism students. Again, this is Alex Makatuno, your moderator, and on behalf of ASEAN-Korea Center, I would like to thank all our partners, including PATA, speakers and participants from Laos, Cambodia, Korea, and other ASEAN member states. And of course, special thanks to my team in Culture and Tourism Unit and our partners for making this event meaningful. Our sincere gratitude to all of you for your active participation and sharing your precious time with us. Make believe that we can restart tourism in a solid, sustainable, innovative, and responsible way. Stay at home today, be safe, and we will travel again tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Makatuno, all the panelists and participants for a very fruitful conversation. For those on the stage, please feel free to go back to your seats. 무대 위에 계신 연사분들께서는 편하게 자리로 돌아가 주시면 감사하겠습니다. This calls for an end to the 2021 ASEAN-Korea Tourism Capacity Building Workshop. I hope you have gained insightful knowledge and information during today's workshop. The YouTube Live Comments event will continue until 4:30, so don't miss out on the chances for gifts. Thank you once again for your participation and have a great afternoon.